and welcome to Add More Zest. My name's Rebecca, also known as 4Kids at 147. Are you all settled in? Because I have a feeling this is going to be a monster WIP and chat. My aim for this video, provided all goes well, and we'll know by the end, is to go through all of the remaining comments on the Advent. So the latest comment I have is actually from the 16th of December. There was loads of amazing comments and I've been chasing them all the way through the Advent. We've had a rest period from YouTube and I thought, hey, let's just go bing bang bosh, read through all the rest of the comments while whipping and waffling, and we'll see how long it takes. So I've brought out Minions. I have been doing a little bit of it in my downtime after Christmas, Boxing Day I think, and the day after. I pretty much didn't do a lot. I did actually allow those to be days off, as well as of course Christmas Day, but we're here, there and everywhere come Christmas Day. So for another couple of days I managed to get my Hom Fun canvas to the point of being done, and I started working through the Minions one because I want to be back ideally to the point where I have one small diamond painting on the go and one bigger diamond painting on the go. May or may not happen, but that's the plan. So I'm going to uncover, I think, well, let's uncover the whole lot, but I'm not going to work on the whole lot, I don't think. So I have all my little extra cover paper sheets which will go further up, but I'm just going to line them all up so they're the same. In fact, they all need to line up with that one, because I don't know if you guys can actually see, but over here when I did this section, I actually did the section above it, just because then because of the time I was sitting down to diamond paint, I had enough time to do sort of a double section. But I did want to leave a bit more of a minion to hopefully do with you guys. I reckon we'll probably get to that. So I'm going to line up all my papers so that they cover across there. And then I'm going to do some of the black, but I'm probably, because what I'm thinking is the colours these are sort of blues, and then it changes to some other colours here. So if I mark that off there and do the black and the blues, but as I start getting into these, I'll uncover the next section. We'll work on this one to start with, because on the Minions, because it's a Mandy Manzano which has a lot of black outlines, I like to do the black first, a bit like I did with the Zesty Wolf. So let's zoom you guys in. I reckon I'm going to have plenty of memory card saving stops. I'm also going to have probably battery needing changing stops. I may have to fill up diamonds at some point. I've got my diamonds over on the side of the craft desk because this painting is so big, and of course I need to keep my laptop close to be able to read all the comments and stuff from December. But I hope you have all had an amazing Christmas and an absolutely fantastic New Year. Every year is different, and I'm sure 2022 will be the same. Oh, I managed to pick up 2 diamonds there. Let's see if we can get you in the right place. Try there. So I am using a full size Add More Zest tray today. I'm using the pink version. That is because I'm doing such, in effect, big sections while on camera. I want to be able to tip loads of diamonds in when I do end up with a a big section of the painting to do, because I've got no idea how far I'm going to get on this painting. Normally for a WIP and Chat I just do one and I just work on that size, but this WIP and Chat is as long as the comments and the questions last. And seeing as I haven't even started reading any, we're doing really well. New items launched in the shop yesterday. We were going to do them, in fact, as I'm filming this, it was today. We've just launched them. I have turned the sound off on my computer so that order noises don't come through. But we have launched the new items on the shop. All of them are in stock items. So we didn't feel like we needed the whole waitlist thing to go on. Though, of course, you know, when it does come to limited editions / February, we will be doing the usual standard, let you guys all know beforehand. But these are in stock items for people to be able to purchase as and when they're ready. And they will start going out on Tuesday because it is bank holiday here on Monday. But you'll see dispatch notifications popping up as and when we get orders done. But I thought I need to start this WIP and Chat because, as I say, I expect this to be a long one. You guys will of course see the whole video, but I will be taking breaks throughout this evening probably. Going and getting myself a brew, a little bit of a sit down. I'm currently stood up diamond painting because I don't think I can get my chair to fit in by my craft room because I have had a load of unboxing items turning up for the Add More Zest with Diamonds channel, and I have loads of packages at my feet that all need videos doing. That's what happens when I take a week off from videoing. We may have been beavering away with shop items in the background, but YouTube wise, I haven't filmed anything since Christmas Eve. So Christmas Eve I did I do the last WIP and Chat actually on Christmas Eve, or was it the day before? I'm not sure, but I know I definitely prepared the speed through of the Advent. That was done on Christmas Eve, and then I haven't done any YouTube since until today when I filmed the new shop items, and now I'm starting to film the WIP and Chat that you guys will be seeing on the 2nd. So I have packages galore at my feet, and yeah, it's going to be a busy weekend, but I love that. I feel like because it's been like pretty much a week since I've done a WIP and Waffle, and of course I was doing a WIP and Waffle the whole time. I keep trying to think of any updates that I may or may not have given you, may or may not have said, but we had an amazing Christmas. I did have a stinking cold. It wasn't anything else. We were testing daily, especially because we were mixing with family on Christmas Day. We were testing constantly, but yeah, I had a bit of a cold, which I think is what actually made me sort of stop as well on Boxing Day and the day after. My plan was to potentially do some videos ready for the new year. You know, get myself in a nice, good, ahead of myself place, which is where I love to be. An organised place. I like to, you know, get ahead, feel as though everything that can be done is tick done, you know, and then I can plod at my own pace rather than a needs must pace. But my body had other ideas and decided that I needed a good couple of days off. So I had a good couple of days off. I got quite a bit of diamond painting done, or quite a bit of this Minons diamond painting done, and got my Home Fun Succulent Custom Finish. So there will be quite a few dekittings coming up. Of course, there's been a couple that I did throughout December. And of course, Zesty Wolf needs dekitting. I also plan on revamping my spares this year. So I am going to go into 2 boxes, an extra box. I'm going to bring in an extra box and I'm going to split my squares and my rounds. So if any of you haven't yet got your spares organised and it's something you're wanting to do, then stay tuned for that video, because I will have to set up my foam board and everything for one box from scratch. And I will need to set up all my DMC cards. So it might be something that I have to do over a few videos. We'll see how it goes. Time-wise, more than anything. I did wonder whether to split this WIP and Chat video up, but I feel like I need to box off the Advent before, you know, going into the rest of the new year. And in turn, that means boxing off the comments and the questions. So you guys can have a nice long video that you can either watch straight away or watch at a later date. Whenever you get a bit of downtime, you can have a session diamond painting with me. Maybe you'll split it up like I will. Say I will be taking breaks, but of course you'll just see them as a little slide in the video. But occasionally I'll be disappearing and taking a break during those times. Sit down, get myself a brew, come back. But the black's nearly finished. I feel like I need to finish the black. And then I'm going to pour another colour and I'm going to start on the comments and questions. Otherwise, this is going to be an even longer waffle, which I'm sure many of you won't mind. And I keep hitting bags. Let me say, there's been quite a few bags from companies that have turned up over the Christmas period, a few weeks before and after. I think the poor guy brought me 4 on New Year's Eve to add to my collection of ones to do. So, first comment / question is Donna Marie. She says, I have a question that I hope you can help with. She's doing a special drill diamond painting, and the standard pens, so these ones, don't seem to pick them up all that well. Plus, she is useless with tweezers, she said. What do you recommend to make it easier for me? Especially now that she has baby Autumn and has to make the most of the time that she does get to do her hobby. See, for special diamond paintings, I find that the standard round ones, round rhinestones, and sometimes the slightly bigger rhinestones, I can pick up with a normal pen, especially if they've got a glue dot in them. Seems to be a lot easier at picking up the bigger ones if it's got a glue dot. For the weird shaped ones, I often do use tweezers. But what you could try is the likes of a pretty placer. In fact, do I have? No, I don't have it in here. A pretty placer is a crayon made of wax, and that has a bigger surface area than a pen. So maybe something like a pretty placer would work well for you. Also look in the comments of this video if anybody else has an idea of what would work. Or you could, depending on the actual diamond, if it's more of one of the thinner, longer diamonds, maybe a multi-placer would work for that as well. If you fill it up nicely with wax and don't press down too hard, enough for you to be able to pick it up. that could work. If you do have some weird shape, you know, quite a bit bigger ones, you could maybe try overfilling your pen with wax or a glue dot, but then going very, very lightly to pick it up, so that in effect your glue is sticking out of your pen, and that might help. Donna Marie's also said, P.S. She said she had to switch the TV off while watching the video because her 3.5-month-old wanted to watch the video instead of having her food. Awesome. Hello, baby Autumn. If you're watching, if you're not snoozing while Mummy's having her me time, then hello to baby Autumn. Oh, I think I've filled that up a bit too much, trying to push all my diamonds down, and I'm knocking them out. There's that many. There wasn't as many of those to do as I thought. Okay, do have a couple of ABs. I do find with ABs, quite often I will use a different pen, but I do find if a glue dot has been used for a bit, the glue dots seem to be a little bit more gentle, or I definitely use it more gentle, but they don't seem to pull the coating off as much as they potentially could, and I've just realised there's actually a load more of them. Okay, so let's tip some more out. And let's do the whole lot. So I'm just being gentle when it comes to the ABs. If you do have a glue dot that's been used quite a bit, I wouldn't necessarily use a fresh glue dot. But if you have one, you know, that you've been using for a while for a painting, quite often they can be used on ABs, which saves me hunting down the likes of my pretty placer, because it's definitely not in here. It's in my little rolling cart that is in the conservatory. Holly, she says, hi 4Kids at 147. She says she loves how the painting is turning out. Yes, Zesty Wolf turned out amazing. I can't wait to get him framed, and then I do need to find a place for him in my craft room because I think he needs to go up. She says she's been using the release paper, which is this coating that I put on, she says, and she loves it. She says thanks for that. Makes it so much easier, because otherwise I know full well I would keep chasing with diamonds. I have to block them off from my view. She says she has a question about the everlasting tips. She's been thinking about getting some. She says, what is the difference with the everlasting tips versus the tips that come with the kits? She says also, are they good for hard pressures like myself? She says, thanks to you. Have a Merry Christmas to you and your family. So the everlasting tips are made of steel rather than brass. So you can get just the bit that replaces just this tiny tip here. And I have had that in some of my pens. What you can find with the brass tips that come with kits, especially if you are a hard pressure placer, or maybe you're somebody that drops your pen on occasion, is that the brass tips can bend very easily, whereas the stainless steel tips don't tend to. They can get damaged eventually, you know, they're not indestructible, but they're definitely a lot more indestructible than brass. If you are a hard placer, I recommend you get the full tip. And let me just try and find a pen that's got a full tip on so that I can show you. There we go. I do recommend that you get the full tip rather than just the replacement tippy tip, because if you're a hard placer, sometimes it's actually the bending of this plastic part that you find will give you problems, whereas if you've got the full tip in, you won't have that bending. So I do recommend, if you're a hard placer, to get the full tip, and I really like them. They work really, they're just that little upgrade that just helps your pens to last longer, especially if you've treated yourself to some. So yeah, good for hard pressure, but get the full tip. Okay, hello Queen Crafting and Entertainment. If you change your title, I've got a feeling that she's changed her YouTube username, but that could be me. She said one of her husband's former workplaces used to do what I described as a white elephant gift exchange. She said she doesn't know if they had a name for it, she says, but she knows it was usually a riot. The alcohol gifts were the ones that were swapped out the most, but since he worked at a golf course and some of the employees were high school students and not of age, we usually bought a gift that was alcohol and one that was more friendly for the minors, like a gift card for the movies. Since the party included spouses, and if the spouse bought a gift, they could participate. She said she finds that it was more enjoyable than the Secret Santa exchange. She also said that doing it that way made it more optional. If you were in a rough spot or just generally forgot to buy a gift, you could just sit the game out. And it meant that no one else missed out because you forgot or couldn't bring a gift. Yes, that's what we liked as well. We decided to do it for, say, I discussed for work as well as for family. And it did work out quite well because there was at least one person that couldn't come nearer the end or nearer the date we were going because her partner had tested positive for COVID and she didn't want to come and have that risk of her having caught it, you know, at some point from him and not yet tested positive herself. So even though the rules in our country at the moment is that if you're double vaccinated, you don't have to quarantine, she didn't want to run that risk of being close to us for a long period of time with, of course, no mask because we were having a meal and potentially pass it on if she hadn't yet caught it. She was testing each day. She was doing a lateral flow test each day and she did end up turning positive a few days later, but she didn't want to run that risk. And it meant that there wasn't somebody who was out without a present and things like that. So I definitely think that the white elephant gift, I think we will possibly do it again. I think we did really, really enjoy it. We did do it for the family one. See, this reminded me of things that I haven't discussed, and this is why I go through the comments and things take longer than I expect. So we did do white elephant for Christmas. It went really, really well. We had a really nice variety of gifts. So there were some things that were, there was, you know, driving a car experience, spa day. Megan got one that was different activities around Greater Manchester area, so sort of northwest. And there was a bulk amount of different activities you could do. So there was some sort of day gift things. There was also a scale electric, and that did end up getting set up in the hallway on Christmas afternoon, straight after we'd done the exchange. There was some alcohol in there. There was a soda stream. My niece was very excited to get that gift, promptly pinched. I got a hammock. So I actually bought a hammock as my gift and envisioned, you know, if that came to our house and we had that in the summer, I'd be perfectly fine with that. But my other niece was extremely excited to have pinched that one. There was a cheese making kit and a sort of detective adventure thing. I'm trying to think what else there was. My niece's fella did also do some very, very weird and random things. Some little gadgety type, social media gadgety type things, but then actually hid £50 in there so that you could go and buy something you wanted. I'm guessing he struggled with what to pick, that or he just did it for the fun of it, which could very well be either way. I'm trying to think what else there was. There was loads of them, loads and loads of different things. Oh, Commodore 64, I think Harris ended up coming home with that. I came home with a spa trip for 2. But yeah, it was really fun. We thoroughly enjoyed doing it. Thoroughly enjoyed the experience. We think we're going to do it again next year. Took a lot, while there was the pressure of deciding what to buy for the white elephant gift, which many of us didn't find as easy as we kind of hoped. It was pressure to find one gift and not a pressure to find, you know, a token gift for everybody. So we found it was definitely a lot easier, made the gift buying a lot easier as a whole. So that was good. But we think we might do 2 next year. So we think we might do one that is the white elephant gift, you know, the people who want to spend about £50 on a present can sort of do it as the collective and do the white elephant. But we think we're also going to do an additional one that is like your favourite game, whether that's a game from your childhood or a game from most recent, you know, board games / you know, pack of cards because you like game of playing fish, things like that, that the younger ones, and when I say younger ones, my youngest turns 18 this year, my second eldest turns 21 this year. However, they don't have the disposable income to spend £50 on a family present, but they have the disposable income to be able to buy a game. So that's one that the whole family can join in, you know, and they can then join in to their budget, because you can get a board game from anything from, say, a couple of pounds for a pack of cards. Who doesn't love a pack of cards? Up to some ridiculously expensive board games, but people can pick, you know, the game of their choice, their favourite game. Maybe we'll make it to include toy, but, you know, just that little bit of fun. Because after Christmas dinner and after White Elephant, we did all play some games, some board games. My sister, her husband and the kids sent us a family board game for Christmas. That went down really well, so we enjoyed playing that. So we thought if we do a gift exchange on the board games, and we can also, you know, build up our board game collection by playing it that way. And yeah, it'll just be another little bit of fun. So we'll have sort of 2 different types of gift exchanges. So I'm quite looking forward to that. I think we're going to potentially, hopefully, look at, you know, setting up the odd games night throughout the year. Last year we did quite a few quiz nights. We had family quiz nights while we were in lockdown, and they were all done over Zoom or Skype. But I think we might start doing, you know, some family games nights where we, just go to somebody's house for an evening, maybe getting a takeaway or something, and just play board games, because we do all like it, and those that don't can sit and chill and watch the TV, and there'll be a couple of different games going on. There's definitely enough of us to be able to have a few different board games going on that people can join in depending on which one they like. So yeah, that's our plans for next year. But yeah, I do like the white elephant. It's been fun. Though apparently it's called Kris Kringle in Australia, or at least that's what my sister called it when they did it. She was very disgusted that I called it White Elephant, even though it was the original name for it. So I'm sticking with White Elephant. There are many different names for it that different people use. So it's the same sort of thing. Got lots and lots of blues at the top of this, though I can see it's starting to get near to being a pink, which will be quite nice for a change. Katink 19 says, hi Rebecca. She says, a worker and a lurker here. I like that. In my family, she says, what you call a white elephant, oh, here we go, is called Killer Kris Kringle. So it is called Kris Kringle for quite a few people. She says she always seems to be the unlucky one, getting lumped with the worst present each year somehow. She says, hope you and your family have a very Merry Christmas. Oh, well, I hope you got a better one this year. What we did was we numbered everybody around the table. And then I actually used my Tiny Decisions app with the numbers, you know, from 1 to, I think there was 12 of us, from 1 to 12, and I let the Tiny Decisions app pick who was going first. So even though we all got given a number, we had no idea, you know, what would become our real number. And I actually got to go first. So while I did have a nice present for a bit, it did get pinched. And that's what I ended up with, a hot dog maker. Where you could warm your hot dog and your bun. So I did end up going pinching. There was a couple of little pinching sessions that went on before, you know, the final person was happy with what they'd been swapped with and decided that they didn't want to change, and that was the end of the game. But yeah, it worked really well. I definitely enjoyed it. I think it will stay for a few years to come. But yeah, I do hope you got a better one this year. Anna, she says, thank you for the chat. As far as the question, she said about pouring from the ring bag to a container, she said she'd probably pour them into a tray and then into the container. So this is in relation to, there was a question about pouring from the likes of these bags that I keep extras in. My Minion extras are currently in the conservatory, but all the extras for this painting are in there. She said she'd probably pour them into a tray and then into a container. I did have to refill the, I think it was the black actually, on this Minions painting the other day, and I just used a funnel. So I used a funnel and tipped the diamonds into the funnel to fill up my little pot, and then popped the remaining ones that were still in the bag just back on the side of my little cart. And it worked really well for me. If you haven't got, you know, the likes of a funnel, then your tray would work really, really well. Just tip a load into the tray and then tip them in. Depends what you've got to hand. There's normally something in the kitchen, if not, that you can find. Chantal says, hi Rebecca. She says, I have a little question. She says, which product do you use to remove the stickiness left over from the stickers on your storage? She says, I'm sorry if I put the wrong words down. My English is not very good. I think your English is fine, my lady. She says, I love your videos and your trays are a big help to me. She says, greetings from the Netherlands. Yeah, your English was perfectly fine, Chantal. And it's actually, the bottle of it is not in here. I'm not having much luck actually having what I want to hand in my craft room, am I? To show you guys. It was used for something in the house. But what I use, it's called Goo Gone. And that's G-O-O-G-O-N-E. Goo Gone. It smells of oranges. And it's very good at removing the sticky. I do suggest some sort of lint-free cloth if you can to put it on, just to stop, you know, the stickiness that is there and needs to be gone, the goo that needs to be gone, from picking up any bits on the cloth before it's managed to kick in and do its thing. We did use it the other day. In fact, that's why it's in the house, for removing a sticky bed from one of the 3D printers. We use an addition on the bed to help the trays stick and print nicely, and we needed to switch one over, but of course it was very, very sticky. And what we found with that, what we found was the best thing to do was to actually pop some of the Goo Gone on the stickiness when it's really, really sticky. So not so much your storage pots, but anything else around the house, is we put some on and we actually just left it just for a minute or two, not for long. Probably was only about 60 seconds we left it for, and then we wiped it off, and it just gave it just that little bit of time to do its magic. And because it doesn't stink, it's much nicer to use. Margaret says happy 16th of December. Yes, we're still on comments from the 16th. Few days to go. She says she's doing a painting with 50 numbers / letters / symbols. She says she finds it interesting that once you've been doing it for a while, your hand automatically goes to where the drill is that you need. She says she does still check the symbol, but it's amazing how your brain works. She says, great video. Yeah, that's true. I think that's why I found, especially with Zesty Wolf, I did start getting quicker on each section. And I think it was because I was learning, my brain was learning where the drills were going and where it needed to go. Helps if I can actually pick them up with my pen though, which I didn't do then. Nellie, she says, hello Rebecca. She says, how do you pay for an item from your channel? She says, if you do not want to mention it on your, it's okay. So I'm guessing you mean, I don't know if I'm getting this right, Nellie, and I am sorry if I'm not. I'm guessing you mean things like buying trays and things like that. They're purchased through the shop. So that is at addmorezest.com. The shop tab, and you can pay for items from the shop either via PayPal or by most major credit and debit cards through Stripe. We've now got the 2 different options for people to pay depending on their preference, whether they, you know, have a PayPal account or not. Because PayPal does let you check out as a guest without creating an account, but on a mobile it's extremely tedious. They used to make it really easy, but we did actually have a question from somebody about, you know, not having a PayPal account, and when I went to do sort of a dummy one to be able to tell her exactly step by step how to do it, they've hidden a lot of stuff and basically try and force you to create an account. We didn't want things to be awkward for customers, so we decided to set up Stripe and make things easier for people. So if that's what you mean, otherwise, I mean, the things that I buy for the channel, but it depends on what it is as to how I decide to purchase it. And of course, some things are gifted to me. So hopefully I've got your question right. Susan, she says, Zesty Wolf is come along nicely now. She said she really wishes she would have gotten him when she had the chance. She's truly enjoying the Advent though, she said, so thank you for that. Yeah, it was a really fun year for Advent. It was crazy busy. I was nowhere near as organised as I like to be, but it was still so much fun. Judy said, if you had to compare Ever Moment and Manhui Rachel, she said canvas and drill quality, which do you think is better and worth the money? She says she's trying to decide who she should order her blank canvas and drills from to do a cross stitch conversion. Ooh, now I do only have sort of the last time I did, well, the only ones I've done from Manhui Rachel were the custom. And Ever Moment I've done quite a few, though they only had the double-sided tape at the time. So if this had been asked before Ever Moment started doing poured glue, then I would have said the Manhui Rachel canvas was better. I do prefer poured glue if I have the choice. I think it's a lot more of a forgiving canvas, especially when you're moving things about. It's a lot kinder to you. The price on Manhui Rachel is a lot nicer. Their drills were still nice for the custom. I'm not sure if I actually gave their drills. Did I give them? It's been a while. I'm just going to check my logbook because I can't remember if I gave them the same as Ever Moment or a little bit less. Let me have a quick look. Okay, that was who again? That doesn't count. So their drills I gave 4 stars. And for Ever Moment I gave 5 stars. So yeah, the drills on it, they weren't awful. They definitely weren't awful. They just weren't quite as nice as Ever Moment, I must say. Ever Moment's diamonds are really, really nice. Their canvas wasn't as good. And what I really was disappointed in the custom and why I gave it such a low final was the image, how they lightened it and the shading that they did. That's what disappointed me with the face custom. I've had other customs from Ever Moment that have been amazing. They just haven't been a picture of a person. I got the multi-panel of Sydney, a picture of from Sydney that we took. That was absolutely amazing. Turned out absolutely fantastic. I just didn't like how an image of a person turned out. So if I had to pick, I would say I prefer Ever Moment drills. However, price-wise, Manhui Rachel is the more cost-effective, and they're not horrible drills. I don't know if that's actually helping you, Judy, or not. Sorry if it's not. Okay, Margaret. She says she likes the colours in the pen. This was on the 12th, so she's gone back and commented on the 12th. She says she loves the colours in the pen, and she says yellow lifts the spirits. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, the yellow is a nice bright tree. The cat lady, she says she bought her tips from Katie back in October, and she hasn't been able to use the glue dots in them at all. Oh, maybe I'll have to try the Katie top tips that I've not put anything in, so they've not had any wax or anything, and see if they'll take glue dots or not, because all my others are the actual everlasting tips from Etsy. So I haven't actually tried any other manufacturers of metal tips, not with glue dots. I haven't tested the quality. It is something I would like to do in case it's something that we could potentially stock, but I would need to run those tests first, because it'd be nothing worse than launching a product, selling a product, and then finding it doesn't work with what you want it to work with. It's not my cup of tea. It's not the way I like to roll. But I'll have to try them. Sherry said on the 17th, she said it's sort of sad. She said that the Advent is almost done. But she's going to enjoy every second left. Well, I hope you enjoyed it. And the little bonus speed through that came out on Boxing Day, I think that's when I scheduled that one for. I quite enjoyed doing that one. It was really fun doing a video. My computer had a little bit of a paddy at one point. I think I hadn't transferred videos off my computer for long enough. I had to make sure that I transferred every other video off that I'd done before I told it to read 24 days worth of nearly hour-long videos to get it to speed up, but I was really happy with how it turned out. I had to speed it up quite a bit to get it into a reasonable size video, but it was really fun seeing the picture coming together and come into life. Kasara, she said, yes, I'm right. I'm not sure what I'm right on, but she said I'm right. She bought 2 extra paintings, she said, and she loves diamond painting. I'm guessing that's a comment where you were planning on not spending any more. Bella the Beast, this was a suggestion in relation to a comment somebody asked about storing diamonds for potential future heaven and earth design projects. They've said that they would either stick with a photo box for storing those spares or using Tic Tac containers because they tend to hold more than the bottles. Yeah, I think a lot of people in the group mentioned, because they did ask the question in the group, and I think a lot of people went more photo box for being able to expand and take up less space while collecting diamonds. Margaret said happy 17th of December. She said congratulations on the arrival of your great nephew. Thank you. We got to see him, of course, over Christmas. Christmas Eve was the first time that we saw him. But I had started with my cold, which was just a cold. As I say, we've been testing daily to confirm that it is only a cold, and it was only a cold. So I've not yet had a cuddle. I need to go round at some point in the new year. Now my cold has decided to get gone, like it should have done. Should have done for Christmas, but didn't. So I do still need to go round and have my cuddle. But I did get to see him. I just didn't want to pass on any nasty germs, so I refrained from cuddling, but he's a gorgeous little boy. Yeah, he doesn't like having his nappy changed, but then again, you know, it's cold. So, and it's saved. As I was saying, you can't blame him for not liking his nappy changed. He doesn't like being too hot either, though. So it's a very fine balance for the parents, but they'll get there. He soon tells them when he's not happy one way or another. But he is a very good baby otherwise. He's very, very, very sweet. He's getting in his routine. Margaret also says Dusty Wolf is coming together beautifully. She said she'll be a little sad to finish it as it's been a joy to work on. She said thanks again for another great waffle. You're more than welcome, Margaret. Margaret is one of the subscribers that does also leave little emojis when she's not got any particular question or comment, but just to say that she's has been watching the videos. It's like a little footprint, and it's so sweet. I've seen Margaret go round and watch some videos over the Christmas period. Gone through some old ones, some ones I even forgot were there. It's like a little reminder to me of the amount of videos I do actually have up on this channel, which is it's quite a few. But yeah, it's been nice to sort of see them come back up and see how things have how things have changed, and you know, how diamond painting is still going for me. Still loving it, still doing it, which is good. Lady Dax, she says she can't get the vision. Sorry, I'm reading in advance now and laughing my head off. She says she can't get out of her head now taking the blue thing that I got from the K-tiered advent calendar into the garden to use with her weeding tool. So that is the little flower bin that I got in my advent. Where is it? Oh, it's stuck to the bottom of the tub. I've got it all in there. So it's this. She says, can you please explain it to me and free me of this wacky vision? Okay, let me open the... Oh, this is where I'm making my light stands to the side so that I can get the weeding tool out of the pry cup. It doesn't want to open. Hang on. That's because it's not plugged in. Okay, so when you have the likes of a cry cut that you have, so you'll have like an image like we do on the iron-on vinyl on some of our things. So you'll have an image and you have pieces that you need to take out so that you're only left with the bits that you need to iron on. So for example, in the diamonds, we need to take these middle parts out, and then we also need to take the parts out of the letters and the parts from around the outside to make the pouches work. So you do get, this is a weeding tool, just so you know, and then you use this to sort of stab into the vinyl and pull it back, and it can get stuck on this weeding tool. So the idea is then that you just pop it into the bin and it helps pull it off and leave the bits behind. I hope that's got the garden out of your head. See, look, I actually had that one in the craft room. It sits right on the corner of my desk underneath my studio lights. So yeah, that's what they mean by using it for the weeding tool. We did sort of a restock of pouches and cover paper holders. We also started prepping some new products for 2022, using, you know, the iron-on vinyl and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, I did pull out the flower bin to use, and it was handy for a few pieces, though because we were doing a lot, of course, in bulk, I did find that I was flicking it off with my finger more than I was doing anything else. I was just like, yeah, let's just knock it off. Knock it off. So I could imagine it being used, you know, if you're just doing a small project. But if you're doing a lot of bulk items like we do, we tend to, you know, get the products ready in, you know, batches of at least 50 probably. I found just knocking it off with my finger was a little bit easier. My battery's getting ready to go, but I'm going to get it to the point of exhaustion. And then might make that a little brew stop for me. Well, the battery died in that camera a lot quicker than I expected, but it worked out well because I went for my brew and my little rest period, and the girls came in with tea. So I had a bit longer break than expected, but I'm now back still on this initial symbol. Got me one of my new cardies on. So this year I really wasn't sure what I wanted for Christmas at all. So a few ideas I sort of threw out there was a couple more nice snuggly, or another is what I originally asked for. One other sort of a snuggly cardigan to replace my blue one. It's a bit thicker than a cardigan I normally wear out and about. I will occasionally wear it out and about, but it's normally, you know, just a cardie to throw over when I'm a little bit cold, but maybe not cold. Yeah, so I asked for another one of those, and then I asked for, you know, a couple of new things to replace. So the case on my MacBook had got a crack in it, got knocked somewhere, so I asked for a new one of those, a new AirPods case, because I'd just got a sort of quite cheap one, really, to start, just for the point of we could tell whose AirPods were whose around the house, because there is multiple pairs in this house, and while people tend to keep them close, they do occasionally, you know, can get put down in the same room, and you have to check whose is whose. So I asked for like a new AirPod case and the likes of a new bathrobe, all sorts of upgrades really for things that I used each day. It worked quite well. So I ended up with 3 new cardigans for Christmas. And this is one of them. So I'm sure you'll be seeing them in future videos. And they'll be on and off. This cardigan will probably be off soon because I'm already getting warmer being in my craft room with the door shut. But yeah, it was nice to get some tea, get a little bit of a rest and continue on. So to finish off, before I got rudely interrupted by the camera, so Lady DAC still had more to say. So now we've put that vision out of her head with the weeding tool. She said the diamonds in her advent on the 17th were the same as mine that day. The tip that she used in the pen and couldn't get a glue dot to stay in wasn't one from the advent, she said, but she has used a K-tiered one in other pens that were okay. She said she'll have to go through all of the metal tips that she's got to see if any of her other ones are too shallow for a glue dot to work. She said time is flying by. She couldn't believe when she posted this that there was only 7 days of Advent left. And now it's been gone and probably 7 days after Advent by the time I get to the comment. But yeah, it did seem to fly, December. I think it's just my work days that drag, maybe. I am actually working tomorrow, bank holiday. It's sort of my bank holiday that I tend to work, is New Year. But hopefully it'll be a bit more of a chill day with it being a bank holiday. And I am still working from home, so that's not too bad. Tammy said she's happy that she's almost finished her painting with everybody. Oh, managed to pick up 2 then, so let's sneak that in. She said, how do you know if a painting is poured glue or double-sided tape? So poured glue tends to be the clear cover, which is what is actually on this. So you tend to find that, I don't think I've found a poured glue one that doesn't come with a clear cover. And the double-sided tape tends to come with opaque covers. Sometimes they are white, sometimes they are printed with, what's the name on it? Sunor Group. It often has printed on it. Some of them are plain though. Excuse me, a plain white. So that tends to be how you can tell the difference between double-sided tape and poured glue. Most companies will tell you as well which one they are in their sort of description, or you know, their general about the companies, but that's how you can tell the difference. I do prefer the poured glue. If I had a choice, I would take poured glue over double-sided tape. I find it's a lot more forgiving. You know, it can be rolled up, it can be manipulated, it can sometimes even get a bit more crunched, and you can still get it to lie flat again a little bit more than double-sided tape that can end up giving up air bubbles and things. Nellie said, hello Rebecca. She said, I've done a painting but put the wrong colour on it. Oops. That's not a fun. I have done that before. I have gone through putting the wrong colour and then I've had to take it off. There are a couple of tips and tricks that can help with that. if you have a painting, very similar actually to this Diamond Art Club painting. So I have a symbol here that's a dash line. I also have one that's pale yellow. One is pale pink and one is pale yellow, but it's actually got the same symbol twice. I have other ones that have very similar symbols. So for example, the arrows that face in different directions, but the colours are sometimes very similar. And what I've done with those is I've highlighted them. So for example, this is the yellow symbol. That one there is the pink symbol. If I put it the right way around, they're exactly the same. But I have highlighted them with pink to say that it's similar to another one, so that when I pick it up, I know that it's similar, which means I can just do that second check that I'm doing the right colour. But I have put the wrong colour on before. I think I did one on a Heaven and Earth Designs. I did the wrong colour on a few. I don't think I changed that one because the colour was that similar that, and I wouldn't have been able to exactly find out where they were, the wrong ones. But I have been known to take diamonds off before when I've put the wrong colour down and then had to change it. But these things happen. They're annoying, but they happen. Amy said if people get the code G5200, then it's normally a glow in the dark. So if you get a diamond that says G5200, DMC use the code B5200, but if you get one that says G5200, then it is likely to be a glow in the dark. Because there are quite a few more paintings coming out now with glow in the dark drills. So that's a good shout if you end up with some glow in the dark. Which I do have some glow in the dark drills. I have some square ones. I think it was Margaret that sent them to me actually. I used them in the winter tree that I did. Was that last Advent or was that June? I might have done that in June. Time flies and I keep losing track. Virginia says, hi Rebecca, do you make dark purple square trays? So we only do the one sort of tray design, which is this one. We do it in two sizes, but this is the only design. It will take square or round diamonds, so you can use it for both. Dark purple, we do have some filament to print a dark purple. It will be coming as a limited edition at some point in 2022. We haven't yet started printing whatever will be hopefully a limited edition for February. We have just launched the smaller size trays in the Admiral Zest colours. So, excuse me, in the pink, grey and white as standard stock. So they will be stock items that people can pick up all the time. It really does depend on how well they go / how many we sell. Throughout the month of December, all I did was print zesty trays. I only printed the odd Admiral Zest trays to sort of refill the stock. We have a shelf that we keep the trays on for stock, and let me just stitch the cardie. We have a shelf that we fill up with a set amount to keep in as stock for orders that come in, so that they can go out straight away. And I sort of kept replenishing that as things sold. But apart from that, the whole of December, I was printing zesty trays, and I've got one diamond there that's the wrong colour. So let's just get rid of that. So yeah, it really does depend on how well they go. It's not, you know, a crazy mad dash to have to get one. So some people may choose to wait until there's a limited edition they want to buy before they get a zesty tray. Some people don't. Just had another order pop up on the screen. So yeah, what we're going to be doing is once once sort of I start packing orders, which will be the day you're watching this video, once I start packing the orders, getting the orders ready to be shipped out on Tuesday due to bank holiday, we'll then be able to evaluate how many, whether the amount of trays that I've been printing throughout December is enough or not. If it's not, then of course the priority will be getting zesty trays out to people that have ordered them. That will be our main goal. And if that's the case, a limited edition will depend on whether we have the time to print them and still get orders out that have already been placed. But dark purple is on the list. I've found a dark navy. Burgundy is still, I'm pretty sure that was a requested colour, so that will be one we'll be looking at. And we'll be mixing them in with other ones. So we do already still have a few more different shades of blue already in stock, ready to print with. And yeah, we'll make that decision when we know how many we're likely to be able to print, whether they can print one colour, two colours, or one colour in two sizes. It will really depend on how well the zesty trays go and whether the printers need to be busy printing zesty trays instead. It may be that we have to delay it, we'll see. But purple's on the list. You can be assured it's here. Sharon said, in relation to expanding the number of printers that you might be able to run, she says her school has a clear shelf over one lot and another lot sits above these. She says that allows them to run twice as many. She said, I could imagine you using one lot for stock colours / zesty trays and the others for limited edition. She said, I hope this helps. Yeah, the only thing with that, I do like, the idea of it. The only problem is I'm a very short person. I am just under 5'2". So my fear would be actually getting access to those printers as well. It's not a no at the moment. I think we need to see how zesty trays go. If zesty trays, have their spurt and then calm down, then we may well be able to still keep up with limited and not. We may do. We may get more printers, but we may, try and stick to what we have. So we're not 100% sold either way yet. I think this weekend might, make the decision, because I definitely hate having, orders sat waiting, even though the listing does state it might be up to 2 weeks. And if the numbers do get crazy, then we will change it to be a pre-order so that people are well aware that it will take longer than 2 weeks. If it comes to that, I can imagine myself being very itchy. I do not like having orders sat. I like getting orders out and goodies on their way to people, because it's part of the excitement, isn't it? It's not only ordering, it's the order arriving as well. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I reckon if I could print more for limited editions, I still think and know they would sell. It's trying to keep the life-work balance, I think, and making sure that we're making the right choices for the right reasons. Then again, when we got the third printer, we thought we would only have it for a short period of time, just to help us, get on top of things, and then it could be used for other projects, things hubby wants to print for himself. But that's not happened. So, though my sister-in-law did get a printer for Christmas, I wonder if I can get her. No, that's a bit tight. She's busy printing things that she's been itching for. And I think we printed her one thing when we first started messing about with the printers. When we were trying to get the tray design finalised, we printed out one of the things that she'd asked for, And then when the trays launched, we never got round to printing anything else. So I think she needs a bit of time with her own printer to print all the things she's waited for us to provide that we've not done. Talita says, was listening and couldn't help noticing the acronyms for illnesses, she says. There are quite a few of us. Yes, I do think if there are people that do have an illness, crafting and diamond painting can very much help with that. It can help give people things to do if they haven't got the mobility to do what they would normally want to do. And it can help with the anxiety that can come with some things as well. She says she's been diagnosed with RRMS. So that is relapsing remitting multiple sclerosis. Oh, wow. She says, and it's been touch and go. She says, but mostly because of the medication. Diamond painting is keeping her out of her headspace. Yep, I can see that really helping with things like that. She said, and it's giving her something to look forward to doing instead of staying in bed due to the neurological pain that's becoming her nemesis. An ill-gotten lover, she said. She loves listening to my waffling and chitty-chatting while she's diamond painting. Well, this one will keep you going. She's currently on a catch-up. Well, that's always good. Then when you do need it, the catch-ups are there for you to listen to. She says, wishing everyone a wonderful adventure on the Advent. And she's sending love from Brazil. I love the fact that there's everybody in all different countries, all different places. It's a hobby that can bring the world together. Okay, number 7. Let's find number 7. I should group these together according to colours of diamonds for the minions. I've never done it. I think it's because I've always worked on this bit by bit and never done it as a full throw, you know, I'm doing this for ages. Tend to have done it for a couple of days and then started a small one and gone back to that. But while I have a few kits to de-kit at the moment, I think I'm going to keep going with minions in my diamond painting time for at least another week, maybe 2. We'll see. But I think the next week or 2, it will be a few more de-kittings than there is kittings up. I do have an unboxing to do on an item from Coup Deals. That does include something that I'm very excited to do. So stay tuned on Add More Zest with Diamonds. Once that video comes out, I think I might be kitting up 1 or 2 diamond paintings, and I might make those my small ones before I go back to my regular stash and all the ones that I'm doing from that. But I do like being able to, you know, mix it all up and do a bit of variety. But I do feel like Minions needs to get a chunk done, needs to get a little bit closer to being finished, because it's been going on for a while, and I have a lot of large diamond paintings in my stash. And because of that, I feel like I need to get this big one done so that I can start on something fresh for a big one. Because I scroze in Mr. Quackers because I got very excited, and Minions has been going since before then. So if I can get a lot closer to the end of this one, I don't even know whether I'll get it finished. This is about halfway. So a bit further up is halfway, probably another 2 sheets of cover paper if I'm going by the branding across the top. I do have a little bit to go before I can say I'm finished. Right, I'm having a look now. My next colour is sort of this pink. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take off the rest of my cover sheets that are further up, because I also have white here, which I do have a lot of down here. So I think I'm going to half check. Oh, I do actually have some blue further down, but I don't have the number 4 in the Minion. I do actually have some number 7, but I've just put that away. So that's fine, I'll bring that out later. So I'm going to fill in this number 4 because I can fill in that gap without moving out of the section I've unblocked. And then I can do, there it is. I can do some of the pink because that doesn't move further down. And then I might scoot it across when I start doing the white and do some of the big block of white I've got further down as well before I refill in the black. Margaret, she said, glad your mystery boxes sold well. She said it will help to solve your storage solution. Yes, it will. We did have another set of mystery boxes New Year's Eve, actually, to try and help clear some space. I am going to do some giveaways as well this year. I say I have a huge amount of diamond painting still to unbox. I also have some goodies from unboxings I did last year. A couple of storage bits, things like that, that will be going in a giveaway. So yeah, I'm going to be packing up and doing quite a few more giveaways, I think, before I do any more mystery boxes. But it helps keep the stash down as much as, I mean, I always say every unboxing that I do, the paintings unless I declare, I think there's been one company that sent me some that I said to them for them to pick. Apart from that, they've all been items that I've chosen. So they're all paintings that I love. I just do not have the space to be able to hold that much stash, that much diamond painting. I do get a lot of diamond painting done compared to many people, but I don't get anywhere near as much done as the amount that comes in. So the mystery boxes have helped us get rid of quite a bit of a backlog because we took a variety to a Christmas fair and the proceeds went to the nursery. So these mystery boxes are basically just covering costs to help some of you guys get a bit of a bargain and us not get hit with too much postage cost. Because when we do the giveaways, I don't restrict the giveaways to the UK only. So postage costs us quite a bit when we do giveaways. But of course, I don't want to stop doing giveaways. So giveaways will be next. And then mystery boxes are as and when. We don't ever announce mystery boxes. We don't do a pre-announce or mystery boxes are the only thing that can just completely appear random. They're already, when we get them ready, we pre-package them. So they're all pre-packaged and taped up. If somebody orders 2 of the boxes, for example, we just tape the boxes together. Some of the bigger ones have gone in bags and we just put 2 bags inside one bigger bag and off they go. So, you know, we can't be adding loads of other bits into the order when it comes to mystery boxes. So they're a one-off item anyway. You're not going to particularly save on postage by ordering other items with them because it doesn't work that way. So they're the only thing that's ever going to be completely random, and it could be months and months before there's any more. Depending on how many giveaways I can do. I know I definitely want to do a decent chunk of giveaways for a while, and then we let things build up and try and get rid of them in sort of one big hit. So more people have got a chance to get one, but then it's done again for a bit longer. Right, so I have finished, just to keep you updated, scoot across. I have now finished this bit here. So this is what I'm actually up to. The next one here is the number 1, but I do have that in the Minions as well. Because I've pulled out the white, I've scooted across, and I'm going to get some of this white done. Trying to keep most of it in shot for you as well, so you can see what I'm doing. But you will see what I'll probably do once I've done this white is I'll do the black on the whole of the rest of this section, and then I'll go back to colours. So there'll be a bit of to-in and fro-in, but hopefully this keeps it zoomed in enough, and I'll keep going until I run out of questions. Susan said it's nice to see the entire bottom of Zesty Wolf done. This was on the 17th. She said she knows she said this a lot already, but she really enjoys the waffles. She said they are fun. Well, you're going to love this one. She says, and this painting is turning out so cool looking. Thank you so much for sharing. Oh, you're welcome, Susan. Thank you so much for all your comments throughout Advent. I've probably not finished reading them all yet, but they have been greatly appreciated. I love seeing people following through, and then the Facebook posts. So I created a post each day for people to post their updates, and I was reading along with everything that people have put on their comments when they've given the updates. I wish I had more time to sit and comment on a lot of the social media posts, and in turn the YouTube posts. I think that's why I'm wanting to do this WIP and this monster WIP and Waffle, to get all caught up on the comments and the questions and everything on YouTube, and then I'll go back to, it'll either be, if it's a comment on a WIP and Chat, it will be discussed on the next WIP and Chat. Otherwise I'll reply. Do you know what I mean? I'll reply if it's a question, or I'll just give it a heart reaction to let you guys know I've read it, and have possibly discussed it in a WIP and Chat. So I'm sure many of you by now will know that I am currently going through. They'll be watching this going, that's why she gave me a heart reaction yesterday. She was currently reading out my question. Debbie says day 15 is done, but she's had 3 lines that have not got glue on it. Oh no. I don't think you're doing Zesty Wolf though, are you, Debbie? If you are, do let us know if there's been any glitch in that, but I'm pretty sure you weren't. I might have to go and see if I can find out. See if my detective skills can figure it out. But I did have that. I just used some PVA glue or Elmer's glue on a different painting to add in where I needed it to be sticky. And somebody did suggest, I'm not sure if it's a comment that I've not got to yet, or it's a comment I read out in a recent WIP and Chat, because as I say, I do read them as they come through. So sometimes I get confused as to whether I've actually answered it on a WIP and Chat or not yet. But yeah, you can put down like PVA glue or Elmer's glue, and somebody did suggest to let the glue dry for just a little bit so it gets a little bit more tacky, and then you find that the diamonds don't move around as much when you put them down, whereas I didn't wait, so the diamonds moved all over the place. So that's a little tip for you. Katie Ann, she says, hi Rebecca, any chance of a lemon tray? She says it's her favourite colour. Oh, I'll bob that on the list. A pale yellow. I like the idea of that. The yellow tray was a lot more popular than we necessarily thought. Not that we got it because we didn't think people would like it. We got it to sort of spice up the colours a little bit, and we placed a massive order with one of our suppliers, and got quite a few of the different colours that they do. But yeah, a nice pale yellow will be a nice one. I'll pop a lemony yellow, or a paler yellow I'm seeing that as, because we've had quite a vibrant yellow. I'll pop pale yellow on as I would like, and hopefully we'll get to that in 2022. Debbie said, congratulations, enjoy the handsome man. So that is my great nephew. I will, thank you. She says, love watching you work, and she enjoys what I'm doing. Oh, well, thank you for watching. Everybody watching makes it worth it. Michelle, she said, hi, Rebecca. She said, have you ever got or had burnout? She said, from all the diamond painting that you do. I have had days, I don't think it's necessarily burnout from diamond painting as such. I have had days, and sometimes a few days, where I've got to the point where, you know, I'm sat down on the couch where I would normally pull out my diamond painting, and I would diamond paint while sat on the couch before going to bed. That's sort of my chill time. That's my downtime. That's how I like to enjoy it. Listen to my book sometimes, watch TV with the hubby, and I will just diamond paint until I've finished a section and go to bed. There has been days where I actually haven't had the energy to diamond paint. I don't think it's been diamond painting burnout. I think it's been rest of life burnout. The rest of my life has taken too much of my time, too much of my energy. And quite often that's the time when I just sit and will get lost on my phone, or I'll just play a game because I refuse to go to bed too early, because then it'll be a working day again. So yeah, there has been days where days where I'm either too busy to diamond paint, or there are days where I just don't have the energy to diamond paint. But I don't think I've actually had diamond painting burnout yet. I still really, really enjoy it. In fact, many a time there are other things that I have, to do as an enjoyment. So, for example, I have a Lego world map that I've been really enjoying doing. But quite often diamond painting still wins over finishing that. Diamond painting still wins sometimes over the likes of the cross stitch that I did last year. That did win out for quite a bit. But I think that was just the excitement of the new project rather than the not wanting to diamond paint. I think there might be a little bit of burnout that I experience sometimes depending on the diamond painting, maybe. Because there has definitely been times when I've been doing some diamond paintings where I found more so than when I'm doing another diamond painting that I've been happy to do nothing instead of diamond painting. And I think some of it has been because the diamond painting I'm working on at the time is, let's say, one of the harder, more challenging paintings. And because of that, and because I know it's a harder diamond painting, either the diamonds aren't as nice, or they don't sit quite right, or the Grinch Christmas, kept popping diamonds. I think there was a few nights that I just wasn't ready for that kind of battle. But maybe if I had a different diamond painting on the go, maybe if I thought to myself, I'll pull out the Minions again, I would have potentially done the Minions painting, but I didn't want to do the Grinch painting. And I think I just chose the option to not diamond paint because I set myself a mission that I was going to attack Minions when I'd finished the 2 smaller ones I had kitted up. So maybe there has been a bit of that. But even through December, when I was doing that on the evening, I was still doing my Zesty Wolf for the Advent. And I still was thoroughly enjoying the actual diamond painting process while doing the WIP and Waffle. I just then didn't want to continue diamond painting afterwards because I think mainly because it was one I was fighting with a little bit. So if it's a hobby that you love doing, I think if I didn't have Zesty Wolf, I think I would have done this. That if it is a hobby that you really enjoy doing and you do have a painting that is a bit more challenging, but you want it finished, you know, you want the finished image, you're just not enjoying the process as much, then mix it up. If I didn't have Zesty Wolf, you know, to give me my nice diamond painting fix, then I think I would have potentially either kitted up another one or brought out the Minions painting and done a section of the Minions painting and then done some of the not so nice one, and I would have mixed it up that way and flitted between the two. But it's all done now, it's framed, it looks amazing, it will come out each year. It just wasn't the nicest to actually do. And I just knocked a diamond off my pen because it was upside down and it flew across my desk. We'll pop that one back in the tray for later when it decides it wants to go the right way up. Sheila, she said she's finally caught up on all of my Advent videos. She says she's loving them. Even though she's not doing an Advent herself, she is trying to finish a few diamond paintings that she started and haven't yet finished. She says listening to you talk while she's working on hers makes her feel like she has company there with her, and she loves it. She says thank you for the videos. Oh, you're more than welcome. I will keep everybody watching company while they're doing their diamond painting. No problem at all. I think it's fun. It's fun to sort of, yeah, just do like a little bit of a catch up, isn't it? A little bit of a catch up, diamond paint with somebody. And we're getting some monster diamond painting done this time. I've still got loads of white to do. I do keep nudging the odd white because Diamond Art Club do have the little circles around the symbols. They are smaller than the diamonds, so they don't stick out as much as some companies can. But occasionally my diamond placing isn't the best and it does leave a little gap, and I just want to make sure that that's hidden so it looks white. I had quite a big section of white here further down as well on one I was doing evening before last, maybe. I did quite a bit of this over Christmas. Well, I say quite a bit. I think I did about 2 cover paper strips of it, and then did that little bit coming up the side as well. But it's nearly getting to the halfway point, and I reckon if I've got, you know, another week or so focusing on it before I bring a small one into the mix, and the fact that I've told myself I'm not allowed to kit up another big one until this one's done, it should get finished soon enough. But this was the best one to do a whip and chat on because I can just keep going with you guys until the questions are done. I can get a nice big chunk of the Minions painting finished, and I'm enjoying doing it, which is why I keep going off topic and don't keep focusing back on the questions, which I should do because I still don't know how many questions are above this one that I've just read. because I haven't counted the questions or looked. I've just gone all the way to the oldest one and I'm moving from there. But yeah, glad to keep you company. We're on the 18th now, so we're getting there. That might be a slight judge of how fast I am getting through comments, or maybe not, as the case may be. The cat lady, she says, a lovely surprise parcel. She said she's just discovered she must have done square 18 yesterday, so she did it on day 17. She said brain fade, so she's doing her number 17 today. Well, you probably did your number 18 with me, because I tend to do it the day before, or I did for most of Advent. I did it the day before to make sure the video is ready. So just class that one as doing the same as me. Helen says she loves the term brain fade. She normally calls hers brain fog. Cat lady, she also says that multi-placing is not her favourite pastime. She spends more time straightening them. Yeah, that's what I think I'd end up doing if I did a multi-placer. I'd spend more time straightening them up than I would just placing them down one at a time as it is. She now has a 2-placer. She said so she might try and give that a go, as she does have quite a few large paintings in her future. I have a lot of large paintings. I think my large paintings definitely exceed my small ones. I'm trying to get my stash, limited / getting it down. I do recognise that I have quite a few paintings that I've had for quite a while that I've not yet done, which I think is why I'm trying not to add to my stash, so that I can, or limiting what I add to my stash, so that I can get through more of the paintings that I do have and then revamp it all with newer stuff. But yeah, it can be hard. It can be very, very hard to decide what I do and don't want. I love the speed of getting the likes of a 30 by 40 done. I do recognise I diamond paint a lot more than some people may be able to. I also diamond paint less than some others are able to. But I like the fact, that I can kit up, do and potentially dekit a 30 by 40 sort of within a week, and you can see, I say within a week or within a couple of weeks, and I can show you guys what it looks like finished. Whereas a large painting often takes me many more weeks, and it's nice that it gets mixed into some WIP and Chats. That's a nice way to bring some of the others in, mix it in with my Heaven and Earth designs, and show you paintings that you may have seen kitted up, and do some work on them before they get dekitted. But I do really, really like large diamond paintings. I don't know whether it's just because I have a lot of large diamond paintings that are higher quality in my stash. Maybe I find it easier that if I'm going to pay more money for a diamond painting, then I want it to be a big one, rather than paying more for a small one. So maybe it's the fact that they're a nicer quality means that I have more large ones. I don't know. But I know I definitely need to get through some large ones this year. I think that's, one of my goals. It's not a resolution. I'm not wanting to change the way I work. There are just some things that I would like to achieve this year in diamond painting in the year of 2022. One of them is, to get that nice balance between the large diamond paintings and the small ones. I think there was a couple of times throughout some of the months last year where I felt like the large diamond paintings were only coming out for WIP and Chats. they weren't coming out in between, partly because I was doing a lot of things like the custom comparisons and things like that. So it meant I was focusing on those and not pulling out my large ones and not mixing it up as much as I normally do. So I think I'd like to, you know, allow myself that little bit more time to maybe get comparisons done and make sure that I don't neglect whatever large painting is on the go and keep that mix in there, which will help me get through some of my large diamond painting stash. So that's one thing I'd like to do. I would also like to look at, you know, maybe adding in some either AB diamonds or switching out some from a kit. So switching them to glow in the dark or ABs, you know, and just making them a little bit different to how they came. That's one thing I'd like to do in a few more paintings this year. I don't know which ones and I don't know when, but I'd like to try and, you know, have that as a little in the forefront goal to do. I would also like to make sure, I mean, I don't think I can realistically set myself a goal of finishing any of my Heaven and Earth designs. I didn't pick small ones. I don't think I can set a goal of completely finishing any. But I do think I need to at least work on each one at least once a month. And that will probably be in a WIP and Chat, and it will be very slow going in that way. But I think I want to, you know, I might try and fit in a second Heaven and Earth design one, but I want to fit it in primarily at least twice a month. So because I've done Minions this week, I don't want to talk myself out of doing any Heaven and Earth design next week. I want to make sure it gets done once a month for the big one and once a month for the small one. And you never know, if I get through some of my stash, maybe I'll try and speed things up on the Heaven and Earth design front, who knows. I enjoy doing my Heaven and Earth design as a WIP and Chat. I find it a lot easier to work on in my craft room. I think because of the amount of diamonds there are with it and because the size of the painting, while I can set it up on my easel and I can set it up on my little table, it's where to put the, you know, my tablet with the design. It's that I don't have the same amount of space for. That, and I would have to take up half the couch with 4 different cases worth of diamonds for the big one. For the small one, it's only 1 case. But again, it's where do I put the tablet when I'm doing that? And I think that's what's stopping me doing it in the conservatory. Maybe I will try, if I have, you know, say a week off from work, or what I know will be a lighter week, or maybe in between some diamond paintings. So in between some of the large or smaller ones that I'm doing, maybe I'll try and set myself a goal that every now and then I will take a Heaven and Earth design painting and set it up on the dining table for a week. You know, and make that the painting that I do each evening for a week to try and get through a little bit more of it. I'm really, really enjoying the project, but I'm also very, very conscious that I have another one to do. And yeah, I feel like I've got 2 very, very big ones on the go. Maybe that's what I'll do actually. Maybe I will set up on the dining table. I'll finish the Minions first, you know, and have the interspersed smaller ones in with doing the Minions. But then maybe what I'll do is when I finish a big one, I will give myself a week of having a Heaven and Earth design on the table in the conservatory for a full week, to do each evening that I diamond paint that week, before I kit up whatever my next big one may be, and then intersperse that. I don't know, but once a month is sort of my goal. I think they're all my goals I have. They're not have to do, they're not resolutions to change habits. They're just things that I'd like to see myself do with my diamond painting throughout the year. But we all know what life does when you make too many goals or resolutions, which is why I'm trying to keep it low and keep it to only a few so that there is a chance of them being completed. Right, let me just check Minons is in. I think I might need to move. Switching my laptop to the other side. But yeah, by all means, try a 2-placer, Cat Lady. Let me know how you go. I occasionally pick up 2, depending on how my glue dot is on my pen. I class that as a mini bonus, but I do end up nudging them every time I do it. I always end up nudging the second one that I've placed quite often, because it doesn't quite go straight enough for me. And I picked up 2 then with my pen, as I said that, but one of them was upside down. So I had to knock it off instead. But we have a second minion appearing in our diamond painting journey on this section. After this minion, there aren't any till right near the end. So it's a load of other things before we get to the minions, the smaller minions on the shoreline. All Things Crafty by Kaz. She says she's just finished kitting up a Zesty Wolf, who she's decided to call Bane. She's hoping to start on Monday. So she wrote this on the 18th, so that would have been the 20th. As she's too impatient to either wait until January or wait until she's finished her current project, though she is nearly finished on her current project. She's off for a week from work, which she's looking forward to. Means she gets more diamond painting time and family time over the Christmas period. Well, that's the best mix if you can end up with both family time and painting time. Keeps us busy and sane. Cat Lady says she is 92% through book 9 of the Highlander series now. She says so she'll finish that before sleep tonight. I'm on book 40 something, I think, of the J.D. Robb series at the moment. That might include the little novella books, because I just do them in order and listen to the novella when it comes to the novella. But yeah, I'm finding that I think because I've read the series from the beginning a few times, but of course sometimes, was quite a few years ago. So I'm now finding that the stories that I'm coming up to in the 40s, I've only really listened to once or read once, because they were the new books that came out before I restarted the series again. So it's really nice listening to those. I feel like I'm definitely gleaming more from those than maybe I did from the ones that I've listened to 5 or 6 times already. Kerry says she does use multi-places, but she does think she goes straighter with single placing. She's used the extra pages, but still full, she said, so she's going to look at bigger rings too. She says, good idea for the separate books. Oh, for the log book. Yeah, so she's using extra pages in the logbook, but she has still made it full. Yeah, we do the set of bigger rings. You can even get even bigger than that. But I personally find it doesn't quite fit as nice in the little pouch with my stickers and stuff if I go too big. I think if I get to the point where I've gone past the bigger rings, then I think I'd probably look at splitting them into 2 books. But I'm not going all the way back in my diamond painting history. I am, you know, that's sort of the next year's goal, is to get, you know, my logbook finished in my little preparation series and up to date, and then to try and be good and actually get it all filled in and documented as I go. But I get very excited sometimes when I've got new diamond paintings. Okay, I'm trying to move back over now so that I can get my black done. I do still have a few colours over here off screen. Let me move there. So that's where my last colour that needs doing is, but I'm going to do all the black and then I'm going to go back here and do the number 1 and I'll scoot across. I'll do between the minions and not. But yeah, logbook wise, that's something else I'd like to get done. I mean, it's probably a little goal. Maybe if it's written down as a goal, I'll feel like I've ticked one off. But I do have it noted down to keep going with my little logbook series. Not make it too much of a big job. I'm going to mix in, you know, reorganising my spares into 2 separate boxes, like a square box and a round box. That's going to be another mini series as well, because I don't want that to be something either that, you know, overwhelms me, takes too long. I'd rather do, you know, some of the prep and get it ready and still use the system that I've got at the moment that works. It does work with my square and my rounds together. It's just getting a little bit full. But I'm going to try splitting them so that when I do de-kit, I'm just picking up my box full of squares or my box full of rounds and see how well that goes. And hopefully it'll all work out. And if not, we'll find out in the videos and we'll readjust what I'm doing according to how it goes. But I've definitely found the space on my shelf now. I've had to reorganise on my shelf, so as long as it fits nice on there, I'm happy to have an extra box of diamonds, because they do come in useful. I'm thinking of changing up how I store my ABs as well, but I'll be sure to do that. I'm keeping my specials the same, but I think I want to change up how I store my ABs and my glow in the dark, because of my goal to use them in a few more paintings and adapt a few more paintings this year. I want them to be a little bit more up front and centre rather than popped away safely. I want them to be in front of my face a little bit more. Kerry says she does put hers in her logbook as soon as she gets the kit. Most of them have not been finished yet, she says, but she can't stop buying kits. Yeah, it takes a bit of work to stop buying kits, Kerry. She says she needs Stronger Willpower or Diamond Painting Anonymous. Yeah, I think you might have to work on the Stronger Willpower, because I must say this channel and in turn the Facebook group, they're enablers. They are definitely enablers. The amount of times, you know, new things that they've seen are shared and, you know, announced and all the rest of it, that, yeah, it's, they'll definitely get you wanting to shop. So I think you might need to work on your willpower. That, or, you know, set yourself a goal of how much space you're allowed to use for diamond painting, or space for, you know, keeping hold of your kits, which I sort of have-ish. You know, I have a limited amount of space in the craft room, and I often have a reorganise, and if it gets to the point that I can't reorganise it the way I want to, that's when I tend to have a clear out. But I recognise I do have the added benefit of a lot of, not all, but a lot of kits are gifted to me. So it's an easier decision to make when I've not parted with my money for them. But I do make sure that before, you know, I do go shopping, which I do still do quite often. There are many new things I want to try. I try and talk myself, or in fact I do talk myself out of some due to lack of space, and I try and have a think. But yeah, there are many things that I do want to get, and I think will be very, you know, good to show and have on the YouTube channel as well. You know, as much as a new and exciting challenge for me. But I feel like I need to get back on a nice, you know, simpler, even keel, get my stash down a little bit before I go doing anything else adventurous. There is a company, I think, I can't remember what company it is now, which is probably good, otherwise I'd go looking after this video, that does some paintings with an amazing amount of colours, and I'd love to give one of them a go, but I can't just buy for buying's sake. You know, I want to have that love and that drive to do it, and I think I need to go through a few more of my older, potentially a little bit more neglected kits first and get some of those finished, because they've all brought me excitement as I've got them. And I loved it when I first started doing diamond painting on YouTube. Quite often my stash was only one or two. I had one or two diamond paintings to do. I just then got to the point of having quite a few too many. So yeah, you're going to have to work on your willpower, Kerry. Jo says, hi Rebecca. She says, wonderful WIP and chat as always. Thank you. She says she's finished a custom diamond painting, she said, before this video was finished. So she decided to de-kit as well today. Oh, that is progress. I've got 3 kits here that need de-kitting. She says, I was wondering, she said, have you considered getting one of those roller stamps that covers your details in the shipping labels? She says, that way you don't have to worry about accidentally showing your address when you do your unboxing. I hadn't actually thought of that. To be honest, I know there are, you know, things out there for sort of disguising it, and occasionally on an unboxing I do, you know, pull the label off. Most of the unboxings that I do, and especially, you know, the ones that are done on Add More Zest with Diamonds, I actually am unboxing multiple paintings, you know, normally 3 paintings per video, and they actually come in a bigger outer bag. So I take the paintings out of the outer bag that has my name on and shove them into the smaller bag. Sorry, don't shove them into the smaller bag. Pull the smaller bags out. So my name and address is never a thing on there. So yeah, I've never thought of it, but maybe I'll pay more of a close attention this year to how many times, you know, or let's say this year, the next few months, how many times I do end up with a box that has my address on it, and whether it is something that I'm best doing beforehand or whether it just works doing it upside down. Only because I'm trying to limit what comes into it. I know it would be used, but would it be used enough to warrant space in my house? That's the sort of questions I have to ask myself at the moment. Will it be used enough to have some space in my house? Or will it make me smile enough? That's the other question. Will it make me smile enough to have space in my house? So yeah, we'll see about that one. Oh, Laura says Katie is also on Etsy. Their shop is called Yo-Yo Crafts on Etsy. I have spotted they are, you know, here and there and about a lot more than they used to be. But there are a lot more diamond painting companies showing up than they used to be. It shows it's an ever-growing hobby and gives us all loads more choice, which is not a bad thing, I must say. And my battery's flashing at me already again. I'm sure that went quicker than the last one, but we'll keep going until it's gone, because then that's my cue to go and get myself a drink and a break so I can carry on with the questions. We're still on the 18th though. Lady Dax says she forgot to put a stash picture in the group. I do remember reading out her comment, and I do remember seeing her put a stash picture up in the group a little bit later on. She said she's got a mind like a sieve at the moment. Well, it's December. What else do you expect? I think we all have a mind like a sieve in December. That's why I like my list book. It's the only thing that keeps me on track sometimes. She says she'll do it tonight and tag me. So yeah, Lady Dax did show her stash. She has got them all like in a wardrobe type cupboard and got them hung up. So I use the hangers for most of my smaller ones. They're just tucked down the side of my big studio lights. And then my big paintings are either in a Kallax cube or in gaps on the floor. But yeah, if I had more space, I would love to have a cupboard just to put. Hello again. I'm sure it was in the middle of a question from Lady Dax last time, or maybe it was Cat Lady, that my battery decided it had had enough and stopped on me. But that's what happens when I'm doing a marathon diamond painting session. But all is well. We have more. I have been replenished with liquids. So Lady Dax has also said that she wasn't in the best of moods on the 18th. Her shopping delivery was 4 hours late and she was supposed to be on their priority list. Eek. That is one thing I am ever so grateful to my sister-in-law for. Not only the fact that she does have us all for Christmas dinner, but the fact that that also in turn means that I don't have to do Christmas food shopping. It definitely makes for a different type of Christmas. The older two girls tend to go food shopping, so they tend to do food shopping as and when. And we don't have to rely on deliveries for food, which is probably good, the rate this house can go through it sometimes. It's very hit and miss. Cheryl, she says, that's a great sign of a successful business. She says, getting more tools to do the job more efficiently, i.e. additional printers. She said, I know you are having the concern of space, but do you also have the concern of electrical output / overload? Electrics wise, we have just very recently had our electric box updated. Our sort of main box. It was rather old and it did have the occasional time it would just like to trip for the sake of it. We had all tests on all plugs, etc. all tested and checked, and it wasn't any individual plug, so we did replace the main electric board, and our electrics have been perfect ever since. They don't actually pull loads of electric in a sort of volume, a big overload volume wise. They're just constant, and with electric prices at the moment, that's why the trays have gone up ever so slightly, just to help to cover those additional electric costs. We do also have the conservatory sort on a separate isolation as well, so it definitely makes things easier on the load. It's more the monitoring of more printers. You know, sometimes if a printer decides to play up, I do have to turn it off when I'm working, rather than, you know, try and troubleshoot or get the printer to behave in some way, because my priority is working during the daytime hours anyway. That is my priority. If the printers are all working great, then there are many days when I think, oh yeah, I could handle, you know, another 1 or 2 printers, and switching over the trays and getting them to print again. It's when the days go bad that I'm like, no, can't do with more. And also it's the space they take. At the moment, you know, all 3 of them are lined up quite nicely on one wall. I can gain access to them. They're out of the way enough that I don't feel as though everywhere is being taken over by them. But we have had a sort of mini revamp this sort of at Christmas time. We have moved the hubby's computer into our bedroom. He does prefer having it in the main house. It does make our bedroom actually really weirdly feel more like a bedroom. The way the front room is, of course, because it's a front room primarily, not a bedroom, it's a lot longer than a bedroom normally is. So the way we had, you know, the wardrobe and the dresser and things like that, made it feel like we had something in each corner and a lot of space in the middle. Whereas now we've sort of moved the wardrobe and the dresser to the same sort of wall and put the computer in sort of the corner by the door that doesn't necessarily have anything bedroom by it. It actually makes the bedroom feel a little bit cozier and a little bit better, because we were looking at getting another piece of furniture for the bedroom to help make it feel cozier, but we didn't need it. We didn't need another piece of furniture. And I'm trying to do, you know, the not buying furniture for furniture's sake. I want to have that feeling of space as much as possible. So in the conservatory now, we have changed the table from being one that can fold down, that hardly ever used to get folded out, to a proper sort of dining table, which has been a lot more useful already. It's already been used loads more. It's been used for me doing my work. Caris has been working from home. She likes to use my husband's monitor, so she's been able to set up her office in our bedroom. Because she takes calls over the phone, she feels a lot better being in there as well. You know, because she's not got the whole family listening to her on the phone, which is fair dues. And when I say whole family, more often than not, it was just me and her. But occasionally, depending on how her shifts went, there could be more people in while she's taking calls. So she can sort of, you know, section herself off there. She's not in her bedroom. You know, she comes into the conservatory on her breaks and her lunches, and it breaks up the day a bit for her. I've been working from the table, or the dining table, but then I've been joined by Megan doing some of her master's assignments. I've been joined by Catherine doing some of her college work, you know, and it's really worked out better for us all. So there may be space for some more printers. I'm just being very slow and very sure before I make that decision to put more, in effect, furniture in that place that will house printers. And just seeing if we need it. I think, you know, the zesty trays and their orders, of which, you know, already while I've been doing this WIP and Chat, while I've been filming this WIP and Chat, that, you know, there's been a good amount of orders. You know, the zesty tray has been wanted, but it's still well within. So far, I think, I haven't done the official maths, it's well within, you know, the stock we've sort of managed to get printed. We've got a good preparation of stock, and provided you know, we stay within that stock level or closely within that stock level that we've got. I don't need to have as much stock, you know, as standard for orders that come in day by day. So as long as, you know, we stay within the amount we've got and the overstock that we prepared for this launch, I might be able to get away with 3 printers. And if we can, then I think that's my ideal world. Unless, of course, you know, it ever got to the point where I was able to do this full time, and then I'd be more than happy to monitor more printers. And it would probably be more practical too. But we'll see what the new year brings. But yeah, it has been successful. I don't fear that that introducing more printers would be a waste of money. I think, you know, they would earn their keep. I just want to be able to keep the work-life balance, the life balance, I think, and make sure that I'm doing things for the right reasons. You know, but limited trays will keep coming. They will keep coming, and they will keep coming month by month. Hopefully February, we may have to take a breather. February, let's say, that will depend on the zesty trays. But yeah, you know, we'll let you know. We'll let you know if we end up getting more printers or not. I don't know if hubby's ready to be maintenance man for even more printers. We'll see. Cindy, she said, oh my goodness, she ran out of 310s on her Harry Potter painting. Oh my goodness me, 310s is normally the colour that diamond painting companies are happy to throw more at you for. She says, she said, it's such a good thing to have a very special lady teach me how to store my spares so neatly. So she did not panic. She just went to her storage box, pulled out her 310s and kept right on painting. And that's why we saved them. She said, thank you, sweet lady, for all that you do and all we have learned from your wonderful videos. Oh, I'm so glad it's helped. I say, keeping spares does have those sweet moments when you're so glad that you did keep them. And I'm just so happy that the storage solution that I came up with 4 years ago now, to be able to keep spares contained without taking too much space, because that's the key. Especially in the new year, you are always thinking about space and things like that. And my main aim when creating that storage solution was I wanted to keep my spares for those sweet moments that we need them, but I just don't have the space to be, you know, creating or storing spares and having them take a huge volume of space in my home for the few times that they're needed. You've always got to weigh up whether something that comes into your home, the value it gives you compared to the space it takes, and whether that's better or not. And I think that's what I'm going through with the printers at the moment, is determining whether it is needed to keep, you know, customers happy, as well as keeping myself happy in relation to, you know, being able to get orders out quickly to people, because I hate it if I can't. And it's weighing up those two compared to the space that it will take in our home. Okay, so I'm scooting the painting. I'm doing a bit of scooting with the painting now, trying to not bash my computer, because I am now back over here. All the black's been done. So I'm on ABs. So you may see a little bit of to-ing and fro-ing now, depending on where I'm up to. Because a lot of this green after that, I don't actually have further over on the painting, but I do for ABs. And this is sometimes how I diamond paint when I'm sat, you know, on the couch doing the diamond painting. Sometimes I will open up quite a big section, normally no more than 3 pieces of my cover paper. Occasionally it will be 4, more often than not it's 2. I'll uncover 2 sections of my cover paper, and that tends to be, you know, a nice evening time. And then sometimes it does depend on, you know, one, how much time, of course, that I'm planning on diamond painting, but also it can depend on the colours that I'm doing. So quite often, if I am doing, you know, these big sections where I've had a lot of white, I can sometimes get that done quicker. So I might then uncover a 3rd section. And what I did the other day is I didn't want to do just this one section at the far end that I had left. I had time to do more, which is why I uncovered the one above it, so that I could be using all the same sort of colours and get them all done in a nice session. But yeah, this is sometimes how I work, and you're getting a bit of a glimpse because, of course, this is a mammoth WIP chat. Margaret says, happy 18th of December. She says, as you've been discussing the logbook, she's wondering if in the new year you will be able to show how to use the rings. She says once her order has arrived, she'll be splitting the logbook so that she has one for to do and one for finished. She's not seen this ring binder system before and would like any tips that you may have. She says, always enjoy your video waffling. She says, month is going fast. I will. More than happy to do that. I might do a little tips and tricks video on it. Will that class as a diamond painting tips and tricks? I'm sure it will. I'll do one showing maybe putting the bigger diamond painting rings on one of the logbooks. It might be the week after next, because I've already written down what I plan to do for the tips and tricks for the next couple of weeks. Sorry, for the next week, for the 2 tips and tricks coming up this week. So I'll pop it down for, what will it be, a week on Monday. I'll pop down to do the changing of the rings on the logbooks. And I'll show you changing it, but it can work for either, you know, going into 2 books with small rings or with big rings. So I must remember to pop that down as a to-do. Okay, so that is the ABs all done. So let's bob those back. Give my tray a little tappy tappy tap. So yeah, I'll pop that down as a to-do. Okay, let's move back. So I do have a couple of blues on the Minions that I did do further up, but that what I hadn't realised that I was going to be doing it this way at that point, but that's fine. I don't think we have a little bit of moving coming up in some of the browns, but not too many now. So I'm going to move on to whatever is the diamond that is the furthest this way. So I'm slowly but surely working my way down the painting and filling in any and all of the gaps. And then hopefully I'll get to a point where the painting stays still for a little bit longer. We'll see how it goes. I have noticed that I've got a couple of different, I've got one of the little slant colours, this yellow, And I've actually noticed that there's one here, but it's actually it's a different shade to that one. So that one I think is a pink one, and that is a yellow one. It's the only annoying thing on this painting, that it's the same symbol twice on two pale colours. So it does, that's probably the one symbol that definitely gives me a little bit more, have to be very careful with it. That's what I wanted to say. Be very careful to make sure I get it right. Okay, how many do we need of these? 5. Try and tip out just a few into my tray. I only need 5 for this one, but I didn't quite feel like fishing 5 out of the diamond painting pot, so I've just tipped a few. Well, in fact, I've tipped 7 into my tray. Not all of them lined up right. Which one's going to line up right first? That one. You win. You get to go on the diamond painting. The others get to go in there and try their chances again. Anybody else talk to their diamonds? No, just me? Okay. This is another one that I've got as a be careful. So turn the pot around. It's definitely that symbol. So I can dip in. And that's because there's these arrows pointing both ways. And of course I managed to pick up a diamond the wrong way around. There we go. Little bit of green. What's the other symbol? V. Tammy, she says she's so glad she found my channel. She's learned a lot. She says before she gets started on her first painting, wow, you're still waiting. I was itching the minute I got one. Oh, she's learnt a lot before she starts. Okay, I like that idea. I just dove straight in and then figured it out as I went along. But everybody is different. Some people like to know what they're getting into first, so I'm glad I was able to help. She said she's doing a painting of a wolf family. She says not sure what size it is as her partner's getting it for Christmas. Oh, that's why you've had to wait. Because you're getting bought it for Christmas. Oh, sounds amazing. Well, bob over and ask any questions that you may have once you get started and get going. Feel free to shout up with your questions. If you bob your questions on a WIP and Chat video or a WIP and Waffle video, then more than likely I will answer it verbally in a WIP and Waffle. I sort of try to, well, not including the December WIP and Chat where I've been playing catch up, as you may be able to tell. But normally I try and answer all previous week's WIP and Waffle questions on my next WIP and Waffle each Sunday. So feel free to ask them there. Or if there's any other questions on specific videos about things in, I try and type an answer to you for those. And they can be anything from a same day answer to a week later answer. It really depends when I get a chance to sit down and go through YouTube comments, because while I read them all on emails when they come through, or I'll read them all on the YouTube app, you know, when I'm having a minute, I don't feel I can type proper answers on my phone. I need my keyboard, which I have on my Mac. So sometimes I don't quite get the whole time to sit down and actually reply to all comments, or, you know, give a little heart to comments to let you guys know I've been there. Been there, seen it. And if it's on a WIP and Chat, answered it. Okay, I need to just move in my diamonds out the way. I have a little bit of brown down here. So I want to do this while I have the diamonds out. Just a little bit for his eye. But yeah, enjoy your wolf family. Jennifer says she tries to have at least 2 books going, a fiction and a non-fiction. She did a reading challenge this year and set herself a goal for 75 books for the year. She says she finished it earlier this week, and while she's glad that she managed to read so much this year, she won't be doing it again next year. She says she doesn't want to make a relaxing hobby stressful, and she couldn't really read some of the books that she wanted to this year because they would have taken too long to finish. Yeah, and I think that's the thing. If you set yourself too many sort of goals that take away from the relaxation, then they're not really good goals. That's why I think with craft I've set myself, I'd like to do more of this. Yes, I have said I want to work on my Heaven and Earth design once a month, which I think is a very reasonable, with me having a WIP and chat once a week. It's very reasonable to be able to fit in. I've just realised I don't think I'm in shot. No, let's try that again. I didn't move back over. I think it's reasonable once a month. I would love to set myself I wouldn't love to set myself. I thought about setting myself a lot more of a challenging goal in relation to my Heaven and Earth design, and getting closer to finishing that, or finishing one of them at least for 2022. But I also need to take a step back, I think, and be realistic with my goal and make it more of an enjoyable goal than a not enjoyable goal. My daughter she's currently using the new book journal. So we've launched a new book journal off the back of her request. We do still have a request for a cross-stitch journal, which we are going to look at. We need a bit more time to look at that one. We did get my youngest to do most of the homework on the book journal, on what she wanted to go in that. What sort of sections would cover everything. We did a few tweaks to make it. In fact, she got the book journal with Megan all the way, how she liked it, printed. And then I did a few tweaks on a couple of things, just, the way some sections were named or laid out, to make sure that it was as universal as it could be without being too different. So people could adapt it ever so slightly to suit, one need that may be very similar to another person's need, without needing to have, too many different sections in it. And she actually ended up getting us to reprint hers the same as the little adaptions, just so that she could change it up. So she's been filling in hers today with all of her library, and she's got a to be read section, but it's not a must read in this year. That's just the books she would like to read this year. She's decided to do a no buying book year. She got loads for Christmas. She's also got quite a few for her birthday, which is this month. She turns 18. She's already got quite a few. She often just hands us, her full book wish list at Christmas, and I buy them all and then split them up according to birthday and Christmas and budget, and she gets all the books that she wants. But she did buy a lot of books herself. Waterstones had 50% off hardbacks, and I think all three girls went to two different Waterstones. They went and found a bigger Waterstone so they could go and look for more, and they had great fun getting loads and loads of books. So I think all of them are using a book journal this year, but she's setting herself a goal of books she'd like to read for the year. I know some people like to set themselves a goal of books they'd like to read for, the month. And you can do it whichever way you want. I think it's nice to set goals of books that you'd like to read that year. I just think you shouldn't beat yourself up if you don't do it. Because as we all know, especially with, you know, COVID-19 and how quickly, in effect, that appeared and affected everybody's life all over the world and lasted for a lot longer than people expected / wanted. I think there is that, you know, if anything, it's got to teach us that realisation that things happen. Things happen that are not expected. And you've got to remind yourself that if you knew that some of the things that happen in your own life were going to happen at the beginning of the year, so i.e. something that happened to you in June, if you knew that was going to happen to you in, you know, in January, if somebody could tell you this is going to happen in the future, would you set the same goal? And if the answer is no, then let it go. You know what I mean? Things happen in life that can change events, turn events. You know, sometimes even just a new job. You know, the time you might have to put into a new job, a new illness for yourself or your family. I think you have to, you know, it's all well and good setting yourself a goal of, you know, finishing a heaven and earth design painting in a year or reading so many books in a year. Goals are good. Goals are good to go for. That is what you would like to do in an ideal world. But I think if life throws you a curveball of any sort, whether that be a new job, you know, whether it be an illness, whether it be a family member illness, whatever it may be, whether it even be something, you know, completely different, I think you need to be able to reevaluate those goals and go, okay, if I knew this at the beginning of the year, would I still want to do this goal? And if the answer is no, I'd actually want to adjust this goal if I knew that, then adjust your goal. You're not failing, you're adapting. Sorry, that went completely off on one. Okay, let me get another colour. This is why WIP and Chats end up being so long. And why can I not find this colour for love nor money? Where is it? There it is. It's because it's a brighter orange than I thought it was going to be. Jennifer also says, she says, as for multi-places, she uses a 4-placer, but she won't use anything bigger than that. She only single places on light colour drills. Guessing that's to keep the alignment up with the symbols and stop them showing through. She says the diamond painting she's working on right now has a lot of white, and they're all being single placed. She said the pattern that multi-placers can leave is so much more noticeable on light drills, and she doesn't like the way it looks. I get that. I think that's why I single place. I'm much too fussy on where the drills go. And I recognise that between diamond painting companies as well, so some diamond painting companies, for example, with rounds, you will actually have the round drills touching each other. It was very much that way with Zesty Wolf. You know, each round drill touched the other round drill, and that's often fine for multi-placers. But then there are some companies that there's actually a gap between each of the round drills, and the multi-placer doesn't always allow for that gap to be the same. So I think that's why I just like to single place, because then I'm single placing for every single painting, rather than going, okay, with this company I can multi-place, but with this company I can't. And I enjoy the process. I don't mind that it takes me potentially a bit longer, because I'm single placing and being fussy over where it's going. But in reality, I think I would take longer if I was doing it as with a multi-placer, because I think I would end up adjusting everything far too much. Far too much, because I'm far too fussy on the way they go. Even now, when I put some drills down, I just nudged a black drill further over then, because I wasn't happy with its placement, so I used the diamond I was putting down to nudge it out of the way. Okay, let me get my next colour. I'm keeping an eye, I was keeping an eye. There is a few little orange ones, and I've just noticed that there is 3 up here of the one that I've just put away. Okay, I managed to get hold of 3 on my glue dots, so I'm just going to tip those 3 out. I obviously wasn't paying enough attention to see that I actually have a little bit of orange creeping into my minion. I know I have some of this yellow, but H first. Let's get H done, which is a lot more of an orange. Browns going into oranges, going into yellows, all the colours. And then I'll see if I can get most of the painting into shot, hopefully. And then I won't have to keep sliding you guys about quite as much while I get a section done. I knew from the beginning of this WIP and Chat that it was going to be a long one, which is why I've done such a big section. I think if I end up finishing this, which may well happen, if I end up finishing this section and moving on to another one, I think I'll just stick to, you know, 1 or 2 cover paper things undone. Right, Susan says, that was a lovely gift you received from Brianne. It definitely was. She says she's also adopted the phrase done and dusted. I like the fact that I'm passing it on. It's a good phrase. It sounds good. She said it to her husband yesterday and he just looked confused. It was funny, she said. I love the way that people do. You know, you pick up phrases or you say phrases and you really just don't realise. Until, of course, you know, things like comments where it's pointed out. But I noticed on the Facebook group when people were putting up their completed, you know, Advent days of Zesty Wolf or their other diamond painting they were working on, whatever they were working on. There's a lot of people that were putting comments saying done and dusted, and it did make me smile. She says she's having mixed emotions about me finishing the painting. She says she wants to see it finished, but she doesn't want it to end. She says, thank you so much for sharing. Yeah, I sort of didn't want it to finish. Didn't know if I was ready for Christmas and therefore ready for it to finish. But I really enjoyed the process of doing it. And you've got a monster WIP and Chat now to keep you going. This one will probably keep you going for a few days. I can imagine people spreading this out over a few days because I think this is the longest WIP and Chat I've ever done. And that's if I get to the end of it. Okay, I can nearly get it all into shot, but I'm getting there. Janet, she says, thank you again for another lovely video. She says the Zesty Wolf is gorgeous. She says she loves listening to my voice and watching my videos while she diamond paints. She said, have you ever had a diamond painting that you decided not to finish? She has a small 20 by 20 painting with training wheels. She says while she loves the picture, the training wheels, the diamonds don't fully cover those training wheels, so they're showing through. All the diamonds, she says, are lighter colours. Very discouraging, she said. She likes to finish what she started, but she just can't get back into doing it. She said, happy Christmas to you and your, she said, from snowy Canada. I don't think I've had a diamond painting that I haven't finished. No, I don't remember ever having a diamond painting that I've not finished. That is probably the stubbornness in me, being determined to finish, as you say, finishing what you've started. There has been a couple of times, and I think there's been a couple of times that I have wondered whether I'm going to, whether I want to take the time to finish a diamond painting. I think a lot of that does depend on the picture and whether I want the picture at the end of it, and how much I want it. I think that's what got me finishing the Grinch, was because I knew once it was in a frame, I would love the picture. And I thought it is, it's a nice little quirky addition to Christmas decor. But yeah, I've not actually done it. I think if you've got to the point that you've stopped doing it and maybe put it away for a while, then I think carry on with another painting that you enjoy doing. When you've finished, whatever enjoyable painting that you're doing, then maybe get it out and give it another go. If the level of disappointment is still there that makes you just want to put it away straight away again, then free yourself and just get rid. If it's a painting that is, well, you said 20 by 20, is that centimetres or inches? There is that whole how much you've spent on it and stuff as well. But sometimes I do think you just need to say, hang on. Yes, I spent X amount on this painting. Yes, I was very happy when I did. However, it's not giving me the enjoyment that I want / deserve. And you may well just feel free of just letting it go. Just saying, don't love the painting that much, off you toodle pip. And allow it to, you'll have given it a second chance by then. You'll have given it another go. And if you're really not liking it, just let it go. And get it gone. I've still been too stubborn to do that so far. But I think part of it is a painting that I've not liked. I haven't got to the point of putting it away and giving myself my break from that, and then potentially picking it back up again. And maybe that's what I actually should have done to help me find my true feelings. Helen Wright says Harlan Coben is one of her favourite authors. Oh yes, I like Harlan Coben as well. She said just so easy to read, and she has a lot of his books. She's also enjoying James Patterson. Yeah, I've read a few of his as well, and have a lot of his books as well. She says she's bought from Facebook and had someone give her a load of his books, so she's got hours of fun to be had. Yes, Harlan Coben and Mary Higgins Clark might be. I might have a look at some of their books when I finish this series, this in-depth series, and maybe get some of their books on Audible as I get my credits each month, because I do really enjoy the whole doing multiple things and listening to an audiobook at the same time as diamond painting, so I might do that. So many hours of fun, but yes, I agree with that. Deborah said she loves our trays. She says, but they don't work with the bigger special diamonds. She said they either get jammed up tight on the side or get jammed up going out. She just uses her old tray for the specials. Yeah, I do. I use one of the little white trays, or one of the little flat round white trays with no ridges in at all. Because you can't get a tray that will do all, not and line them up. Otherwise you're looking at a tray with no ridges and a big spout, and it'll be hit or miss which way they'll line up. So yeah, it doesn't work ideal for specials, but I have a small white tray that sits in my little diamond painting cart, which is where all my go-to goodies are. and I use that for when I'm doing a special one. I do find it's okay with the small rhinestones. Sometimes it's okay with the medium ones. They don't sit in the ridges. They don't sit fully in the ridges, but they will go through the spout, which means, you know, I just pretend it's flat and it's not. But yeah, some of the bigger ones it definitely won't work with. She says she's using a pink tray right now though. She says, and Merry Christmas. I'm glad it's working for the diamonds that you're on at the moment. Nellie says, hello Rebecca. She says she always seems to pick up the small trashy or rubbish pieces, as it's so small that they get stuck in the pen. She says, how do you get them out? She says, love your videos. P.S. She says, I can't do multi-place. Well, you're not alone. There's many of us that don't multi-place, Nelly, so I wouldn't worry about that one. Yeah, I've occasionally got, you know, the little tiny bits of that you can sometimes have floating in your diamonds. I sometimes get those stuck in the diamond painting pen. Sometimes I can just get them out with my fingernail. Otherwise, I always have a pair of tweezers handy. And tweezers is the best way to get them out and get them gone. And just get rid of them. There are many times, especially if I'm near the end of, you know, one of my drill pots, or the small tiny pieces end up near the bottom. So quite often when I get near the end of a painting or near the end of a pot of colour, I'll make sure that I use all the usable diamonds in that pot and let all the rubbish little pieces sit around in the tray, trying to avoid them, so that I can tip them all out and get them all rid of them all before I add new colours. So sometimes I find I need to do that to make things work. Is that all I've got of that? Tipped out far too many diamonds for that one. But sometimes it looks like a bigger section of diamonds than it actually is. Get in there though. Looking good. Anna says it was very nice gifts that I got from Brianne. I did. They're amazing little pens. Mindy says she's been diamond painting for about 4 years now, and I keep teaching her different things. She says she really enjoys listening to me waffle. I'm glad you get little hints and tips. I keep trying to separate out the hints and tips and make sure I do them in the videos for people to look back on. But there are so many times that I just give out hints and tips in waffles and just don't realise that I'm doing it sometimes. It's just a point of discussion. She said you were talking about colours for your trays. She says, and she thinks a dark green. She says like a hunter green. Yeah, we have had a darkish green. Not that dark though. So maybe we need to look at a darker one. It's more of a leafy type green. She says she also has a stash that she honestly, she said, is somewhat ashamed to say is 150. She said her kids tell her that she's not allowed to order any more. She does really appreciate, she says, all the time and effort that it takes for you and your family to run the 2 channels and your shop. Thank you. Some days it does seem a bit overwhelming, but luckily I enjoy doing the videos, so it's not so bad. It's videos day today, and then I have a shop and a videos day tomorrow. She says she loves the trays and she only uses our trays. She was fortunate enough to be able to get both the blue and the black ones. She said her sister, Kate, first told her about my channel about a year ago, and she's watched every day since. Oh, well, hello and welcome to the family. It can get a bit crazy in this house for definite, with these videos, with these schedules, but I love doing the videos, and I do really enjoy the shop days as well. So Megan and I have a primarily shop day planned tomorrow. There will also be a bit of videos day ready for prepping for the other videos throughout the week. Some of them being a lot short, well, they'll all be shorter than this. WIP and Waffle. I've sort of started the year with a bang and a big commitment, but I'll feel better for it. And I'm getting to diamond paint, so it's definitely not all bad. But yeah, we have a shop day planned, doing some bulk of, you know, the book journals and the logbooks and all sorts of printing and binding and packaging and making everything pretty. So they're fun days. I enjoy them just as much. Okay, I'm not sure whether that is, I think that's a pink one, not a yellow one. I'm just going to have a look up in this top corner where I did pink before. Oh, but then when I look there, it looks yellowy. But that one looks like, oh no, maybe that one is yellow. No, that is yellow, not pink. It's just because it's next to a white one and a black one. Okay, I think they're yellows. I'm going with yellows because when I pull up the top here, if I zoom out a moment, when I pull up here where I definitely have the pink ones, they do look completely different to that. And while that one looks slightly lighter than that, it definitely doesn't look that type of pink. So I'm going with their yellow. Oh, the joys. The joys, the joys. Okay, let's zoom into the section I'm on. Let's see if I can pull it forward a little bit, get you in the middle. So that is technically the next, oh no it's not, this is the next colour that I need to do. Because if I'm going down by the rows, then I hit that row before I hit that one. And that's good because that sort of boxes off the brown, or the browny yellow part before I start going to that one, which is also over here. Oh, and I went to put that in that spot. Pay attention. Katie Ann says, hi Rebecca. She says, RE Multiplaces. She says she uses a 6-placer as a mini straightener, just placing it over 6 or less wonky diamonds, and she uses it to straighten as she goes along. So there you go. You can use it as a straightener as much as you can use it as a multiplacer. I do use the straightener tips quite a bit. I've actually got quite a few of the smaller ones, slightly smaller, but I find they can be handy just to nudge some diamonds in place, especially if you've just done a section that's a bulk section. Because quite often when you do a bulk lot, you know, a bulk section of diamonds, you're not necessarily, you're placing them a bit quicker because you're doing lots at once. And I find sometimes I don't place them quite as straight as I could / should. Okay, so I'm going for this yellow. I'm going for it being yellow because it definitely doesn't look like that other pink. So we'll pop a yellow one in that one, and we'll pop a yellow one in that one. Oh, maybe it is a yellow. It definitely doesn't look out of place. So I'll go with the flow. Ruth, she says, hi Rebecca. She says, I was so excited when you read my comment out from day 6. Took me a while. She ran upstairs to show her partner, she says, as I've never had anyone read a comment of mine out before. Oh, ISA, I'm trying to read every single comment from the WIP and Waffles over December. Going forward, it may or may not be every single comment. It will depend on how many, because I definitely can't do a marathon like I've done like this every single week. She says, your Advent WIP and Chat, she said, has kept me going throughout December. She does suffer from long-term chronic pain. So each day it gives her something to look forward to and a reason to get to the end of the day. Oh, I am glad. She said, so thank you so much for your videos, Rebecca. They make all the difference in the world. She says, lots of love, sweet Rebecca, and Merry Christmas again to you and your family. Oh, I hope you had an amazing Christmas, Ruth. And in the year 2022, you have also had a comment read out on YouTube. Another reason to keep watching, and this WIP and Waffle will keep you going for a few days, I'm sure. I'd be very surprised if anybody gets through this WIP and Waffle in one sitting. Even I haven't got through it in one sitting. I keep taking breaks. But yeah, I keep doing them because I love them. And I love, you know, it feels like chatting to me, especially when I'm reading out the comments and stuff. And the conversation goes here, there and everywhere, and I love it. Sometimes it reminds me of things I meant to say as well. Alice says she's just wondering if you've ever thought about turning the limited editions into a monthly edition. So, for example, taking away the pink, white and grey and choosing 3 colours to keep for the whole month. She says, just to give people more chance to get them. She says, love your trays, just a thought. Yeah, we have thought about that. However, it then becomes a bit of a logistic thing with the colours on, you know, the spools, the 3D printing filament that we get. So yeah, it becomes a bit more tricky in making that work and keeping them for longer. We're going to be trying, though I'm not sure how it will work, with having zesty trays and full size. We're going to try and get, you know, a few more maybe of some done each month, so that, you know, because our initial idea when we were launching the limited edition colours, when we first started launching them, what we thought we would do was launch 1 a month, doing a full roll of a colour for a month, and they would last, you know, they would last, you know, a chunk of time through the month. That's the way we thought they would go. And we would have a certain amount of stock of them, and some of them may last into the next month, but then when they were gone, they were gone. And then it would be a colour that would be there for the whole month. But you guys and your amazing support meant that we're getting to the point that trays aren't lasting more than a few hours in the colours that we're doing. And I think if we tried to meet demand for a month of a different colour, so if, for example, let's go with yellow because I'm using a yellow diamond. If we decided to bring out a yellow tray throughout the whole of the month of, say, February, the volumes that some of them go at, I don't know if we would be able to print for the whole month of February and still fulfill all the orders that people want. So we do keep, you know, the standard colours of trays. So anybody that is new, wants to try the tray, you know, because they've not tried it before, they're getting a colour that many supporters that buy multiple trays and want them in multiple colours already have. So the standard colours are therefore sort of left for them to be able to buy. Does that make sense? Not left as in nobody wants them, but there's not a higher demand for them. Whereas I do feel that if we retired the standard colours for a month and brought in a limited colour for a month, that people would be waiting for far too long to be able to potentially get their new tray, and everybody who ordered a limited edition would be waiting far too long. We'd be doing nothing but printing one colour all month, and nobody would be able to try the new trays. So yeah, it's not ideal, but it's the best we can do at the moment. We have the standard colours that are sort of the shop colours. There's the neutral with the white and the navy. There's the pink, which is sort of the logo colour. There are universal colours. They're there for people that, maybe have just heard about the trays or are able to treat themselves, or maybe want extra trays. They're there. They're available for people to buy and not have to join in, the mad dash to get a limited edition when it's a product that they don't know anything about yet. Anybody that's got one of these trays, and the many people that do come back each month to buy the limited edition trays, whether they be the same people or whether they just be, people that have got one of our trays but the colour that's launching is their favourite, they understand why they want that limited edition colour tray. They know they're buying a tray that they're going to use all the time, that they like the design, they like the way the diamonds line up. But for somebody that's never used one of our trays before and has never tried them before, they don't understand that on the same level. And I think if, they felt like they were chasing for trays, then they just wouldn't bother trying it, because it would be too much hassle for them to try something, that they don't yet know they're going to love. Does that sound? I don't even know if I'm making sense with it. But yeah, that's why we have the standard colour trays, and then we print the limited edition around that. Plus the excitement with the limited edition, people do want the trays to be on their way, the trays to arrive with them, and that excitement level. So we print a set amount of stock. We print a full roll of filament, and that's the ones that go up. But we're hoping to look, we're hoping that in the future what we may do is we may switch to less colours but more of them, or we might yet do the same colour but in the 2 size trays. So if people do have one preference over another, they can pick what size of tray they like in the colour of the month. So hopefully it can reach more people and be available for more people. In an ideal world, we'd have enough that they lasted the whole month for people to pick them up as and when they wanted. But you guys support us so much that we can't do that. We just don't have enough hours in the day to be able to print that many trays, because they take between 2.5 hours and 3 hours and 10 minutes to print each tray, and there's only so many hours in the day to do that. But yeah, we'll find something that works. The shop and the business, and especially the trays, are really new. The trays haven't even been out for a year yet, so we're still very much trying to find the best way to work. We've adapted things as we've gone along. So when we do launch a limited edition now, there is a warning. There is a sign-up list. We've now even got to the point of announcing exactly what time of day that we're doing it, so that people can get them if they want to. But we don't want to forget the new customers that want to try out our trays, and having a standard colour is the way that we can make that available for them. And then if they love the tray as much as everybody else does and spots a limited edition colour coming up that they really want, then, you know, they can choose to join in order day madness if they wish. But it's been a lot more subdued for this January because, of course, they're all in stock items for January. But it's taken us a good month and a half, 2 months of 3 printers going full whack to be able to do that with the zesty trays. And we haven't got that much time to do it every single month for every single colour. So I get where your idea is coming from. It just doesn't work. Jacqueline says, love your videos. She says, and the things that your shop sells, she says, and would like to have some of the trays. Well, we have all the standard colour trays there for you to be able to give them a go and see how you like them. And hopefully soon we'll be able to keep up a bit more with demand with the limited. But if not, colours will come round again. We will get to the point of them coming round again. Or maybe get a white one and colour it in. Has anybody tried that yet? I'm pretty sure you can colour in 3D filament. Maybe give that a go. Tammy. Oh, let me just get my next colour. She says, hi Rebecca. She says, I bet you were saying wow when you saw how much stuff she got from me. I'm going to have to go looking now, Tammy. Sometimes I do on orders, but I try not to associate it with people and comments too much because I don't want to discuss people's orders out loud if that's not something they want to do. But yeah, you've got me wondering now. We have had quite a few big orders, and there are a few people that like to order regularly, but we appreciate each and every order, whether it be big or small, and we just hope that you love your trays and stuff when they come your way. She says she hopes I have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. She says, can you please do a tips and tricks on how you're supposed to place square diamonds? Yes, I do actually have one of those. I do have tips and tricks on placing squares. If you go to the website addmorezest.com, under videos there's 2 tips and tricks sections. So one of them is the 100 tips and tricks, of which I'm up to 30 something. Can't quite remember the exact number off the top of my head, but that will be continuing next week. There is 2 separate squares videos in there. I think I talk about the checkerboard method and the step method. And then in the tips and tricks section, other tips and tricks, there is a squares video on there as well. That one, that's not the one I wanted. That'll teach me to go for the pot and then stop looking. There is also one in there that is squares, and that shows both the checkerboard method and the steps method together. And it also has me using a gift card to line up the squares when you start. So it's a bit of a longer one that's sort of got more tips and tricks combined in a big lumpty-lump. Okay, I've got 2 more colours to place on here, and I've got a flashing battery. So how far am I going to get? Okay, let's see if I can get there. And then we are getting to comments from the 19th. So if I can get these placed, I'll go and have a brew. And then I will come back, maybe have a look at how many comments I've got left and determine if I do have to call it one long whip and chat or not. Done. So I've finished all that strip of Minions. I'd already done that strip, but I finished all that strip of Minions so far. So I'm going to change the battery, rejig the board, move my computer over, start answering questions a lot more so that we can get through it, prep the canvas, and we'll go again. Speak to you in a moment. Okay, I'm back, refreshed. Let's get this next section started. So let me just move my computer out of the way. Now, normally I would have taken the sheets that I've taken off and moved them straight up. I have them all about here. But what I'm going to do, because I am going to be going straight on to working on another section, is I'm going to move it to just below where it lies, because I'm not doing the whole lot. And I'm actually going to do it so that I line up every single one, which means I won't have to do them in the future, in my future sections, for this row anyway. I won't have to line them all up again. Well, we got the rest of a minion. So let's move that all up. Okay, so that's that top section. And then I can put back on the bottom sections. Try and get them roughly in the same place. But these will of course be the next lot. That's not as far over. Let's go for 3 more. So we've got 2 sections uncovered, which is what I'll start working on this next bit. And then when I pull this back down, so I've got 2 sections here that I'm going to work on. And then what I do is I just, and I'm not even showing you properly, is I just trim. I still leave an overhang gap. I'm not fussed about it being straight, but I trim that off and get rid of that. So that can go into bin. And there we go. I am ready to start on my next section of this. And I've uncovered sort of a 2 section. I've got no idea how long I'm still going to take to get through these questions. I do know I need to speed it up because I started doing it. I know I've had breaks and things and I've disappeared off and I've had me tea and all that sort of stuff, but it's getting very late in my Saturday now, and I still actually have to be able to process and upload this video, which is going to take a while. So I do need to get a wriggle on. So let's zoom in on my new section, get myself as close as I can, but also positioned right. There we go. I think I'm as close as I can get. Now I have noticed before I do the black, I have one little blue here. One of this dark blue and no more. So I'm going to pop that one in, and then I'm going to get myself some black out, and it's the wrong way around, so let's see if I can actually turn it upside down as well. And that one needs a bit of a nudge. So we'll put that one little dark blue on. At least with these I have some more over here. And then I'm going to get my black. See if I have enough. If not, I may have to do a pause to go and get some more black from my spares bag, where all my other blacks for this painting are stored. But as you can see by the branding across the top, I'm getting closer to the middle. I'm not quite there yet, but I'm getting closer. And we have a nice big section of some pink colours coming in now as well for a bit of variety. Okay, so back to the questions. Maria, she said she had fun with her mystery box. She completed the hair clips. She says, gave her friend the partial butterfly to try, as she's never done anything. She said she'll be hooked. She'll be hooked. Lots of laughs, she said. She said, thank you very much for putting all of your videos up for us to see. Hope you and your family have a safe and happy Christmas. And let's hope 2022 sees us get out of the virus's clutches. Yes, that would be nice. To have whatever the new normal may become for 2022 will be good. But we never know what any year will bring. Virus or no virus, we never know. But all we can do is hope that it's a good one. That's for sure. All things crafty by Kaz. She said, happy birthday to Karis. So these are the comments from the 19th. She said it's her father-in-law's birthday today, her sister's birthday tomorrow, and her husband's birthday on Wednesday. She says, happy days. I do remember that you have a lot of birthdays in December, Kaz. I do remember we've discussed the sort of birthdays, I think, on the WIP Chats or the December Advents that I've done previously. I would normally have had my nan's birthday in December as well, but unfortunately she went to her final resting place in September of 2021 at the ripe old age of 97. So she definitely got a good few years in spreading her love. Debbie, she says, hi Rebecca. She says, thank you so much for letting me know about buying you a coffee. She says she'll be happy to do so. Thank you and keep up the good job, she says. I love listening to your voice and you have a beautiful voice. Very easy to understand, even with your beautiful accent. My accent is from all over the UK. I pick up accents really quick. She said, I'd like to see you have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And I hope you and your family are very safe and healthy. And thank you so much for just being you. She says, Merry Christmas, safe holidays, and God bless you sincerely, Debbie. Oh, thank you so much. I hope you had an amazing Christmas yourself and you're enjoying the new year with it falling on a weekend. Not for everybody, but for many people. They get what they'd make consider a little bit of a longer new year before it's back to work. Unfortunately, I am back to work on the 3rd, as it's my bank holiday to work, but I'm hoping it'll be, a little bit more of an ease into the new year with it being a bank holiday. I'm hoping it a little bit of a quieter and easier day, but we'll see what it brings me. I'm not even going to look or particularly think too hard about it until it is time to work. But I had a few more days off over Christmas than I did New Year. So it was nice to take those days and enjoy that little bit of rest time. I was hoping to do a bit more of a catch-up time, and get myself set up and prepared to go, hit New Year full force. Didn't quite happen, but that's fine because I obviously needed the rest days, so I took those instead. The cat lady said she finished hers at the same time on the 19th. We both finished together. She said she's glad she's not the only one that has messy days. Oh, yes. I think that's the thing as well with doing all these WIP and chats and doing them over courses of days and updates on what's going on. You get to hear the chaotic days that I have as well as the calm ones, because quite often it's the calmer ones, or the feeling more fresh as daisy ones that I tend to get all my videos done on, and not so much on you know, the days I'm not quite feeling up to it. You know, I sometimes change when I'm doing the videos to make sure that, yeah, I'm up for it and I keep it as an enjoyable process. And December, even though there is a bit more of a, you know, it has to be done, once I do get going, I really enjoy it, and I'm glad that I've actually done it, because I do feel more like I'm chatting to you guys on a WIP and Waffle than, you know, a set preparation video or deep kitting video or tips and tricks video where I need to be a little bit more to the point, a little bit shorter. Debbie suggested the names for the trays is Big Zesty Trays and Little Zesty Trays. Yeah, I think sort of Add More Zest Tray and Zesty Tray has stuck a bit now. I think that's what we're going to stick as for now. Trying to, you know, we just try and make sure there's always a picture of the two trays next to each other in each and every listing, so that you can confirm which one it is that you're picking up. And the Zesty trays at the moment do have new on them, so that you know you are getting the smaller tray. Also helps us when we're packing, if we have, you know, a big capital letters saying new, so that we know that we're packing the right tray to send out to you all. But yeah. And then Donna, she says, hi Rebecca. She says, really enjoying this Advent. She's one of my silent watchers. Hello, silent watcher. She says she doesn't comment much, but she does watch everything that I put out, all the videos that I put out for them to enjoy. She says, I always like your videos as well. Here in New Zealand, she says, we've been having hot days with plenty of unusual rain, which is causing flooding in parts of the country. Ooh, that's not always a good thing. The rain can be a good thing, the flooding maybe not. She says they think the worst is over now. I hope you and your family have an awesome Christmas and New Year, and have some diamond paint down time. I'm reading ahead of myself, can you tell? Down time to diamond your heart out. She says, thank you for your videos over the last year. I'm sure they have been a staple to our sometimes life events which hit us out of the blue. Yes, they do. And hopefully, you know, plodding on, the videos are there for when you want to watch them / when you can watch them. I know it's not always practical for everybody to watch every day, but I know there are some people that do watch every day, and I get to keep them company while they're diamond painting or getting on with, you know, other things in their lives. But thank you for taking the time to comment, Donna. I do appreciate all the silent watchers as much as those that comment. I appreciate you all. I get that sometimes, you know, people don't feel the need to comment / want to comment because of their personalities. I completely appreciate that as well. But I do thank all of you for watching, whether you have commented or not. Just taking the time to watch, you know, it helps support the channel, it helps support the business, and yeah, maybe eventually I will reach my goal of making it full time. Though I don't know if I'm up for a waffle as long as this one. Again, though, never say never. It'll definitely probably be the longest waffle this year. I mean, I'm not sticking with definitely. I'll change to probably because of never say never. But I don't even know how long this waffle's been going on for now. I guess I will find out when I edit the video and see if my computer still likes me at the end. Jane says she ordered an Add More Zest tray in grey at the beginning of the month. She says she's not seen it yet. She said it could be something to do with the fact that her husband took the parcel out of her hands, wrapped it up and put it under the tree. Aww, is he not going to let you have it? Didn't he let you have it early? She said she can't wait for Christmas morning. Amazing. She said she started using an glue dot throughout this Advent waffle. And she agrees that it's a game changer. Well, that's good. You've got your glue dot that hopefully kept you going until you got your tray. And I hope you love your tray. Because sometimes it is just having, you know, that little bit of a nicer quality item, just that little bit that makes the process a little bit more enjoyable. That, yeah, just makes the hobby nicer. And hopefully your tray does that for you. And that was what I mainly said. I think I mentioned this earlier on in the video, is I wasn't sure what I wanted for Christmas this year. So I just chose to get upgrades on a few items, or refreshing, you know, some newer items for things that I use often, but had either become damaged, or, you know, maybe I bought something cheaper to keep me going, or just because that's all I thought I needed when I first got something. So when I first got my case for my AirPods, for example, it was just a matter of getting a cheap case so that, you know, the multiple people in the house that were using AirPods could tell whose was whose. And it ended up, you know, that I use them all the time, especially now I'm listening to audiobooks. I use them so often that I ask for a nicer case, and it makes me smile every time I go to use my AirPods now, because I've just got a little bit of a nicer case for Christmas. So I hope you enjoy your tray and just have a little smile every time you use your tray. And remember the fact that your hubby pinched it out of your hands. But in a loving way, not a nasty way. All things crafted by Kaz. She said, does Diamond Art Studio do custom paintings? She has 1 or 2 pictures that she would like to turn into a painting. So Sam has replied. She has replied saying that they don't offer custom designs. The market is already saturated with other companies that can offer customs, so they are more focused on bringing in exclusive licensed designs. They aren't yet large enough to spare the man hours needed to do customs as well in the quality that they would want to do them in, I'm sure. She says, but never say never. See, look, that saying's coming up again. We are just under a year old and have a lot of possible routes to take. So you never know how a business is going to change and evolve, and I think never saying never is a good way to go. But I think many a time, and I know Megan and I have had many a discussion on many things, and we have been back and forth with some things, you know, where we're wanting to please all of the requests and the wants from people, but at the same point we have to be realistic on what we can do and we can bring out, especially with the printing of the trays. And it's constant discussion, constant evolving, and it's a never say never, but it's not always something that we can say yes to. Okay, all the black is done. That last little black one didn't want to get off, so I didn't run out of black. All Things Crafted by Kaz did thank Diamond Art Studio for their response as well. She has just received her latest diamond painting, the Starry Night, and the diamond painting pen from them. She says she loves them both and she's yet to start on the painting as she has a few in front of it that she needs to complete. Yes, I do have a new Diamond Art Studio UK painting. That the unboxing is actually this week. That is one video that I did film in December. It's the only video that was filmed in December because I was itching to get a look at it. But will be put up in January. The rest I'll be doing this week and so on. But yeah, I have one of their new paintings, and I'm pretty sure they've got some new paintings that I'm going to want throughout the year, but we'll see how we go. Lady Dax said on the 19th she got a round mosaic mirror in her advent today. She's pleased that it wasn't Christmas themed. She said, yes, I had said that I had enough trays when she got the green and the red ones, but then we went and did a black one. She says she thinks she's relieved that we're not doing an Add More Zest painting for the June Waffle. She said, after sorting out her stash, I said I'm not buying any more. So she's going to do a mystery that she already has. Yes. And I think that's one of the things, you know, I know people would have bought, you know, a painting from us potentially to do in the June Waffle. And it would have been something, you know, that, yes, could have sold. But also the work that goes behind it. And, you know, the fact that the Advent and the June Waffle aren't all about you buying a painting from us. They're just about you doing a painting and taking that time for yourself. I think that's one where, you know, we had the discussions and we went, no, okay, for June, it's not practical. It's not, you know, it's not a good idea without going a bit chaotic. We can already have chaotic days and end up doing stuff and creating stuff that's been requested and has been thought about and has been mulled around in our head, and we get excited and go, you know, whole hog with it. But yeah, we try to keep things practical with some things. And the June Waffle, I don't think would have been practical enough. And I have stash to use as much as Lady Dax does. Share for him. She said she had to remove, sorry, I'm just finding out which section I'm working on. Had to remove all of the diamonds from today's Advent after placing about a third of them. Oh, she said she's not thinking clearly because she has a cold. I had that over Christmas. I agree with the not thinking clearly. She grabbed the drills from her Spider-Man painting that she's doing instead of Umbrella Girl. She doesn't know how she didn't notice that the colours didn't match at all. It was only when she pulled out one that was supposed to be light blue and it was actually 666, which is a red, that she realised. And she just laughed and laughed as she pulled them off and coughed and coughed. Oh dear. At least you saw the humour in it. I think sometimes when things like that happen, you know, you either keep laughing all the way through pulling them off, or, you know, you're at the point of sheer frustration with it and you fix the mistake or take everything off and just walk away from the painting and calm down and do something else and come back to it when the memory fades a little bit. But yeah, it'll be the cold's fault. I'm with you on that one, because that cold knocked me for 6 on Christmas. And I think I would have quite happily just stayed in bed and chilled if it wasn't for the fact that it was Christmas. So it did me good. It got me through the cold going out to socialise, I think. After testing, of course. Cheryl says, happy birthday to your daughter. I hope you all had a wonderful celebration and family time. We did, thank you. She had a lovely day. She definitely hasn't told me otherwise, and she is a child that would. So I'm going with it was a good day. I'm just trying to find this symbol. That's why I couldn't see it. I wasn't looking for a blue triangle. I was looking for a red one for some reason, and it's the background colour that's a darker red. So this is 814. Melissa said, happy birthday to your daughter. She says, love the mirror. She says she has one in her stash with a cow on it. It's actually been in her stash for a while. She says, love both sizes of your trays, but she's being very good and she's on a zero spend. She said, thanks for your advice the other day. Oh, you're more than welcome, Melissa. Hopefully things are getting better for you at the moment, and 2022 will be your year. Tracy says, hi Rebecca. She says, I love your channel. She started diamond painting in November. So obviously she says she's been binging everything on YouTube. I'm with you there. There's nothing like gaining all the information. She's found a few good diamond painting. She said she's found a good few diamond painting channels, but mine is her favourite. She's ordered some trays and she can't wait to get them. Oh, that's a good start. A tray is a good start. It's one of my top 5 if you've seen that video. It's all about, you know, a couple of extra things to help with the likes of your back, you know, and your posture, with the easel, the light pad, things that I use pretty much, you know, for every diamond painting. Not all of them are needed, but they are. A tray, a decent tray, is one of my 5 things. It makes the diamond painting a little bit easier. It definitely makes it nicer when your drills all line up and you're not refilling one of the little white or green trays every 2 seconds, which with the likes of this painting and the size of panels that I do, I'd have to do it all the time. She says she is in Houston, Texas, so it might take a little while for them to get there. Yes, the US Post has been extremely hit and miss at the moment. It has either been arriving extremely quickly or extremely slowly. There doesn't seem to be any in between at the moment. But maybe 2022, things will get a little bit calmer. We can hope. She says she really appreciates everything that I do for the hobby. She said you're a one-stop shop. Yeah, my love for it's just grown. She says next on her to-do list is to get a photo box for her spare drills. But she's only finished 2 small diamond paintings so far, so she doesn't have many right now. That's the thing, you don't need a photo box right now. But if you know, store your drills when you have finished in, you know, some sort of the grip seal bags, whether you get, you know, the right size that you will need, and bob a label on them, you'll be there ready when it does get to the point that you've got enough to do the full box. She says, and she's sorry it's a long comment. I love long comments. She says, but I have to tell you that she bought a diamond painting for a hubby for Christmas. She thought it would be nice for them to work on one large painting together. We'll see how that goes. That all depends on the hubby. I think there are many hubbies that do enjoy the diamond painting with their wives or girlfriends, and they do enjoy the process. My hubby doesn't even want to try it, bless him, but that's fine. He has his other interests. He's been playing a lot of flight sim recently, or at least getting back into a bit of flight sim. So when I'm in here waffling to you guys, he's off flying here, there and everywhere. She says, thank you for actually chatting with your subscribers and taking the time to make everybody feel welcome. She said, have a blessed holiday. Well, you're more than welcome. I love the chatting part of things. I'd be tempted to do a WIP and chat every single day. But the thing is, it's the time to do the WIP and chat every single day. And then I'd never be able to get any paintings kitted up or dekitted because I always do them on camera. And it's needing to do the videos that make me get them all done as well. Sometimes it actually means that I end up, waiting to dekit some to do the video for it, which is why I have 3 sat here from over Christmas, including Zesty Wolf, to dekit. Tammy said happy birthday to Megan. Oh, it was actually Caris, sorry. I know I talk about Megan a lot because Megan does Admiral's S with me. Caris does a lot. She's a brilliant postie, dropping stuff up at the post office. But Megan does a lot of Admiral's S with me, the designing, and she tends to do the social media a little bit more than I do. We have our own little jobs that we both do within the business. And yeah, we really enjoy it. But Tammy did say her best birthday present was graduating on her birthday. Congratulations. Graduating is a big step. We actually have a graduation to go to this year in 2022. It's actually Caris's graduation, though she graduated end of 2020. So yeah, she finished uni the end of 2020 and she gets her graduation in 2022. But the uni, did say that they would still get their graduation and hopefully that will still go ahead, though it's a few months off yet. But hopefully they'll all still get that. We won't have any new restrictions to throw a spanner in the works. But take one day, week, month at a time at the moment. Virginia says happy birthday to your daughter. And Margaret says to please wish Caris a happy birthday. She says her drill spill that she had was when she was going from tray to bottle. She says she doesn't normally put the lid back on the bottle, but this time she did. So when she tipped them out, of course, they all just hit the lid and went everywhere. She says, oh well. She says, thanks for the journey. Yeah, I've done it. Well, I did it on the video, I think. I went to put them into the bottle. I had the lid off. But as I went to tip, I, for some reason, decided I was going to move my tray. And therefore moving my tray meant they didn't hit the bottle. They just spilled down the side. Susan says, happy birthday, Caris. She said, hope you had a wonderful day. I did tell Caris about all these comments, by the way, for her birthday. And she did say for me to say thank you to everyone. She said it made her smile and she went off and had a read of the little happy birthdays to her, which made her happy. She says this was a shorter video, Susan says, but it was just as great as all the rest. She says she can't believe that we only have 5 days left of videos. Yikes. Okay, that one's done. Let me get my colour switch so that I can still be diamond painting while chatting. So I'm going to go for the T. There it is, 498. I've just refilled some of these pots. Some of these pots are pretty full. And I do find when the pot's pretty full, the diamonds scatter a lot more. Because I can't tip the pot near to the tray before I tip them in. Alice says, yay, I love the fact that you like Mary Higgins Clark. Yes, I do. I like the way she writes. She's different. And she often keeps you guessing, and I like that. She said she has a little series happening with Alifa Burke. It's about a show that investigates unsolved mysteries and they solve it. She said that's her favourite of hers at the moment, and it's called Under Suspicion. Oh, thank you. I'll go and check that out once I have finished and caught up with all of my JD Robb. I think I will be getting some Mary Higgins Clark and Harlan Coben, because I find, you know, they are books that I can listen to quite easily. I suppose it's, you know, it's a little bit of easy reading. There is still some depth and some thought to them, but they're not very heavy thinking books. But yeah, thank you. I will go and check that one out. Anna also said happy birthday to my daughter. And then Mary James, she says, try dropping an entire container of drills on the floor. She says not just once, but twice. Ouch. She said she had to order some new drills. Yeah, I think that was just telling you, the drills telling you that they didn't want to go on the painting. Maybe. There are definitely those upsy days, aren't there? If it's not drills, it's the likes of my coffee, maybe. I like to warm my milk up in the microwave and add a shot of espresso quite often. And there has been a few times that I have, you know, gone to put the espresso in the cup and misjudged the whole distance and knocked it everywhere. Yeah, when I have those days, sometimes I have to tell myself it's time to slow down and maybe think about trying not to fit so much in a day. Take a breather and try again often. Denise, she says she doesn't read as much as she'd like to. She says, and she is the type of person, she says, that would screw up everything in her life, i.e. not sleeping, ignoring the things that need doing, etc., in order to finish a book. Yeah, I've done that. Audiobooks have definitely made me, you know, not make it a mission to finish. Audiobooks, the fact that it tells me that it's going to be, you know, 3 hours, makes me not just stay up to read one more page, knowing full well I'm going to read the whole book. She said if she could put a book down when she needed to go to bed or get all the stuff done, then she would definitely be more of an avid reader. Maybe you should try audiobooks as well. I listen to audiobooks sometimes when I'm cleaning. If I need to clean the house, or if I've got a load of washing. You know, if there's like quite a bit of washing that needs sorting or putting away, you know, when you have ignored it for other stuff for a few days and it catches up with you. I love to put an audiobook on while I get that done. Get stuff sorted. Things that, you know, I'm best doing as a little solo organisation type task. I love putting an audiobook on to get it done. I find it, you know, it's as though somebody's keeping me company while I'm doing it, but they're not either, you know, doing it wrong or getting in my way or anything like that. They're just keeping me entertained. She said she thinks her issue with stories turned into different formats is more evolved than just a voice she assigns in her head. She said she did think that the Janet Ivanovich Stephanie Plum series has gone downhill significantly over the years, but then when they did try and do One for the Money as a movie, she just could not get over the casting because none of the characters worked for how she pictured them. She thinks that's why she's a big part she's not on the read then watch way of things. And she's happy to do one or the other. So either watch a film or read the book. She doesn't bandwagon book or movie trends generally, but she loved the Harry Potter movies. She said, but she never felt compelled to sit and read the books. However, she thinks if she did, she would happier having seen the movie first, because then those actors will be the ones that come to her mind while she's reading. I get that. She says she feels like reading something and seeing it come to life on the big screen is setting up most people for disappointment, because there are as many different visions of the cast as there are of people reading the book. Yes, I do agree with that. I think sometimes, people in general can love a book so much that they would love to see it, brought to life. The thing is, there is that disappointment when it is not brought to the life that you expect in the form of the characters and things like that. I think if there was a whole book movie situation and they were both available, I think I would prefer the movie and then the book. A couple of reasons. One is the characters. So you get that visual image of a character. You get that voice in your head of a character from the movie. And then when you read the book, you get the books, I tend to find, give a bit more of what the person's thinking in their head. Their thoughts, rather than just their spoken word, is often in a book more than, of course, a film or a movie. So I think you then get the whole story on a deeper level in a book. And I think if you can do a book and a movie and then a book, or a film and then a book in that way, you might get more out of it. But I don't tend to do both. I don't tend to read. I mean, I know Outlander, they have done as a series. I watched a few of them. But then there was some of the scenes that I was just like, I don't even like reading some of these scenes. I don't want to see them. It's even worse than reading them. It's very in depth on some of the Outlander bits, and I definitely skipped some of them that get a little bit too gory for me, I think. Sometimes I can visualise stuff. Sometimes I'm not very good at visualising things, and sometimes I visualise things a little bit too well. And it's not good for me. So I'd prefer not to see some of them. Janet said, another great video. She said, many happy returns to Caris. She said, not sure if she spelt it correctly. Yes, you did. She said she's loving the suggestion of a mystery painting for the 2022 Christmas Advent. Yeah, a couple of people have suggested that. I'll have to see. We haven't set any plans for 2022 yet. We have got thoughts going around in our head, but we haven't yet set plans for anything. One of the things on our list to do, on our shop break, was to make plans for, or firm up plans for February and March shop launches, and discuss future things, things that either of us may have been mulling around in our head of things we'd like to do, and start looking into, practicalities of making things we'd like to do happen and what steps need to be taken to do that. But we didn't get around to that. So that discussion will come at some point over the next couple of weeks. We are constantly discussing different things that we would like to bring to the shop, that are different and useful you know, I don't want to sell anything that I wouldn't use myself. So there's a lot of things that we sort of have in our minds and heads. And yeah, it's constantly evolving, but we'll get there. Okay. So yeah, we'll see about the Advent. We'll see what ends up coming up, cropping up. Closer to the end of 2022. But believe me, discussions happen all the way through for different things that we'd like to do throughout the year. Megan, she says she's playing catch up with my videos. She said both kids ended up with a 24-hour bug. Oh, she says, and getting ready for our daughter to come into this crazy world. That sounds like a crazy household. I remember those younger years. Younger kids and new ones on their way. It's definitely different. She said today is December the 20th. So the little one, her daughter, will be here in 4 weeks and 1 day. Oh, you count down the days too much and you know full well she's going to be late. She says, but she's finished her diamond painting Christmas cards. She just has to fill them out and address the ones that need to be mailed. Go you. She's still working on baby Yoda. And he is turning out super cute. She's also working on a third diamond painting. Oh, you know how to fill your plate. That has a mummy, a daddy and a baby fox. And she only has 4 sections left on that one. So she's happy to have these 4 nights off. Busy days, she said, but will most definitely take some rest time. She said she loves my voice, it's very calming, and she looks forward to more of my videos. Well, more videos are definitely here to keep us all entertained. Thank you. Feruz said happy birthday to your daughter and great videos. Thank you. Laura says thank you for the bus. I'm not sure what the bus is. That might be a reply to a question. I've slept a few days since I was discussing on the 19th. She says today is her morning of the 20th. She's booked a week off work for Christmas. I wonder if yours flew by as quick as mine did. She said name for the big tray. She says her thoughts is to go juicy, as in big and juicy. Love it. Queen of Diamonds said, will you be doing the black trays again? At some point, yes, we will do black trays again. I don't know how soon that will be. We do have some other colours that have been requested first. But I was very, very impressed with how the black trays turned out. They were actually a real pleasure to print. It may have just been that the printers decided they were going to play nice for a long period of time. But I was very happy with the way the black trays came out. So, you know, they will be one that will be on our list for the future. How soon is a completely different ball game as to how soon they'll come out. A lot depends on how many colours we can get printed each month on the printers, as to how many colours we can get through, because there is a lot of requests. The cat lady, she said, I hope your daughter had a good December birthday. She knows from experience, she says, that they can be harder to enjoy at times. She said she shares her birthday with Christmas Day, and that has been quite difficult. Sometimes, she says, she's 58 this Christmas. She should be used to it by now. But this virus has put extra strain on the day. Yeah, it definitely has. I know we half expected somebody in the family somewhere, probably our family, to be caught with the virus right near Christmas and be in isolation. It's definitely been in our area a lot more. We were very blessed in the fact that we weren't. Some of the family, the wider family, have since tested positive for the virus after Christmas and are now doing their isolating over New Year. But so far, only one member of our family has had it, and had it extremely mild. It was caught very quickly, like 2-3 days before symptoms even appeared. So before the symptoms showed up due to work requirements. And they isolated within the house, but they isolated, sanitised, and nobody else in the house caught it off them. And I think that was because it was picked up so early. But yeah, we did expect, and COVID is not a nice time. I hope you did have a wonderful birthday anyway. I know my birthday's in April, so I've not had the whole very close to Christmas type birthday thing going on for myself. My nan had her birthday on the 22nd of December. It was never something that was brought up as a good or a bad thing. It was just what her birthday was. Always was whenever I was growing up. Never became a thing. Caris was actually due Christmas Eve. So of course, as a mum, I was constantly thinking of different things to make her birthday different if she was born on Christmas Eve. She ended up, I was induced early, so they tried to induce me near the 16th, but she stuck in for a bit, and she was actually born on the 19th. And what I used to do when she was younger was we'd put the Christmas decorations up when we usually did, the Christmas tree, all the decorations around the house. They would go up near the beginning of December like normal. However, on the 18th, so the night of the 18th, I would take down every Christmas decoration apart from the tree. So I took down everything but the tree and changed it for birthday banners, etc., to make the 19th her birthday. Until she was a teenager, 1 year, I can't remember exactly when, but she just turned around to me, she's like, Mum, why are you taking them all down? And I said, well, because it's your birthday tomorrow. She's like, why? I'm not bothered. So I was like, oh, okay then. So since then, they've stayed up. She has never been bothered that her birthday is near Christmas. As far as she's concerned, she can give me her birthday / Christmas list, and she will get everything on that list. She gets some on her birthday, and anything she didn't get on her birthday, she only has to wait 5 days to get the rest. And that's her view of her birthday. So she's a lot more laid back than some members of the family, myself included. And I think that's helped her. I don't even know, it's not even adjust, is it? Because her birthday has always been that day. But yeah, she's not bothered by it. And I reckon the reason, it never became known to me whether it could or couldn't be an issue, like it didn't enter my little person head when, with my nan's birthday being in December, is because my nan was very laid back as well. I really don't think she would have, been bothered by the fact that her birthday was very near Christmas. Okay, so I'm on that awkward symbol. And when I'm looking at the canvas here, that one is yellow. I don't know why, but that one is definitely yellow compared to these. So these are the pale pink. I know I have come up to the blue next, but I just wanted to get this, for definite, this awkward pale pink out of my head while I'd looked at it and thought about it. All Things Crafted by Kaz. She put on the 20th of December, she said she started the Zesty Wolf, and she must say, she said she's a very happy woman. Oh, I am glad. Owlin Roo said she got her Zesty Wolf delivered today on the 20th. I think she was one of the last people to be able to grab one. She says, have a great day. Awesome. You enjoy your Zesty Wolf whenever he may get done. Nancy says she likes Home Craftology. She says they are a family team, and the quality is good. She really likes their artwork, but she says they're not quick to Canada. Well, sometimes things are worth the wait. Ours can sometimes not be quick to Canada. It really depends on how the postal service would like to be. And it can vary greatly. From day to day, week to week, it can completely vary. I would love to have hindsight and sometimes post a parcel one day later and it will actually get there 3 weeks earlier. Because that is the way it sometimes goes, depending on which sorting office it hits. Okay, that one definitely looks yellow to me as well. So that's the pink ones done, I think. Lady DAC said she had purple square crystals in her advent today. She said she can't believe that we only had 4 boxes left. She said this month has flown by. I'm just going to fish in and get these 2 yellow ones. Get this awkward symbol out of the way. Where is that other one? There it is. A little bit off. Getting close to being off of camera shot. So, Quethel is now, do I finish this pink section and then go into all of the blue? Yeah, I might do that. I feel like that'll be a little bit tidier if I finish up this pink and the white, because the white doesn't spread too much, and then go into the chunk of the blue, but remembering to do this little triangle. I'm gonna do that. So let's start with this little chevron. Where are you? There you are. So yeah, she said this month has flown by. She said tomorrow her daughter and Lady Dax will be having their Yule meal. Just of the 2 of us, she said, as our area in London, she says, has one of the highest R ratings now for COVID. And we're not waiting to be put in lockdown. They're shielding themselves. Yeah, I think there's been a lot of talk of potential. Oh, there's always talk, isn't there? There's always talk of there's enough restrictions, we don't want any more, or there's too many. I think you take the steps that are right for you. You know, I was on the shielding list. You know, the government classed as shielding list, which they've now stopped, but it does mean I take certain steps. But, you know, we're very blessed in the fact that both for my work meal and any family gatherings that we have, everybody does you know, a quick rapid lateral flow test before we meet up. And I think that's the most that I can do without, you know, putting myself in a lockdown, putting myself in my own lockdown. And I just do it when it's needed. When it's needed, when it's time. And yeah, try and keep going. I'm sure I'll end up with another booster in January. I'm expecting to end up with a second booster in January, but we'll see whether that happens or not. But if it's offered, I'll go. Irene says she loves a Zesty Wolf. Thank you. He's so cute. I think he's amazing. I love him. Okay, let me do number 5. I know white is sort of the next one. I'm going a little bit off my usual way of doing things, but sometimes my brain just wants to tidy up what's out here rather than go pattern by pattern. So quite often, as I say, to make the decision, I will start with a diamond that is the furthest to the left. To the left and to the bottom is normally what I sort of start off with, but every now and then I do go off a little bit just to tidy things up. So by doing this 5, I'm filling in all these little gaps, I'm finishing the pink, and I'm tidying all that up before I then do all the white and fill in the rest, and it just makes my brain happy. And that's the idea, isn't it? That is, you know, slightly, I keep thinking that still needs doing, but I'm happy to bulk that in as part of this. So Diamond Art Studio UK, I think this is Sam. She says, I'm a huge book lover. She swapped to audiobooks so that she can listen while diamond painting. Creating a perfect chill out zone. Yes. She says she can't flip between books like my daughter. She gets what is known as a book hangover, where unless it's part of the same series, she needs to wait 24 hours before starting a new one, as her head is still in the previous story. I get that. I do get that. You sort of, if you are working on a series, it's the same characters, it's like it's just one big, huge, fat book, you know, with different chunks of story in it. But yeah, I still think about the book that I'm currently listening to. I still think about it when I'm not listening to it. So yeah, I get the whole book hangover. Her favourites are Jeff Lindsay, which is Dexter from TV, and Kathy Reeks, is it Rakes, which is Bones from TV. Ooh, might have to try one of those. I've watched both series. I preferred Bones to Dexter, but I might have to try one of those. On my sort of Audible, I think, once I've got through this series, because I do get like an Audible credit each month, but then I often top up with another 3. So I end up with about 4 books a month. It depends how quick I'm listening to them. I only buy the extra credits when I don't have any, because I know these are books that I'll revisit all the time. But maybe once I've finished this series and had my, you know, day or 2 off from a book, or maybe I'll go to a non-fiction book, you know, to sort of switch. I think I'm going to start having a look at, you know, the odd different books and series, or different books and authors that I can start adding to my collection. And then I'll have more and more audiobooks that I can revisit and go back to in years to come, because no doubt I will listen to all the JD Robb again. Balara says we'll try a no buy. She's going to try a no buy in 2022, since you also have quite a good stash, plus a huge Heaven and Earth design. But she might forgive herself if Diamond Art Club release some nice paintings from a quite new artist that they have. She's just in love with her work, and it really fits her style. She's talking about Yume Art, she says. By the way, just love her art. I need to go and have a look at that. I do have the odd look when Diamond Art Club do announce their releases, their new releases. Oh, when they launch them, which is often. So I don't know if you'll get through the whole of 2022 without buying any. But yeah, I do look, but I haven't done like a really long study. I've done more of a, if you're not grabbing my attention in 2 seconds, I'm moving on. But I know there are many paintings that I do see come up in the Diamond Art Club Facebook group. They come up on my news feed every now and then. And some of them do actually look better when people post their pictures of them than they do otherwise, you know, than the image does before diamond painting. I don't know whether that's just because, I don't know, when you've done a diamond painting, you look at it more from a distance, don't you? And I think it does give a bit of a different look when someone's taken a photo of the painting they've done. And it can definitely change the view. So there are some that if I look at them properly, they catch my attention more. But I'm trying not to fill up my diamond paintings too much either myself. Having said that, if Diamond Art Studio UK end up releasing any more splatter works, I will probably fall in love with another farmyard animal. Or another animal, should I say, because I already have a giraffe and that's not farmyard. So we'll see how that one goes. I'm not saying that I will not buy. Plus, I still want to buy an Ever Moment with a poured glue. I'm just trying to hang off on that one a little bit as well. Feel as though, you know, maybe I've got through, or at least kitted up and started another big painting before I go getting myself a new one. I do like it when my stash is, I mean, my stash is, you know, still pretty healthy. And it's still rather healthy, which is not surprising doing YouTube all the time. But I did really like it when my stash was actually quite low, to the point that I could do a new diamond painting quite soon after getting it. You know, while the excitement was still in those higher levels because it was new. I liked being able to get them all done soon, rather than it, you know, going into my stash and maybe some of the excitement level dropping a little bit, because I now own it, so I could relax a bit more. But yeah, Cassie said yay, her pink tray and other item got dispatched today. Yes, we were sending out orders right up until the store closed. And we'll be sending out orders again on Tuesday when the post office reopens. Getting everything prepped before then. Okay, I've got a rogue diamond in here. I think this one has been in and out of the pot for a few times. So that can now go for good. And let's get the next blue. Okay, let's find CCC. I should know where all of these are. I was looking in the right place and I was looking straight through the diamond I needed. So I'm working on the order that they're coming in on this little bit. Though there's only a few of them, and then I'm transferring over to wherever it is in this section. Margaret said, thank you for your thoughts on extra diamonds. She thinks she's been going through a stage of diamond painting perfection. I get that stage, I do. She says she does use the more affordable companies more than the upmarket ones, mainly due to the designs and cost, which I completely get. She says she'll try my suggestion of maybe replacing the odd DMC. She says she's certainly decided she's going to buy a bulk lot of good quality 310. as this seems to be one that she has a repeat offender of. Yeah, 310 can always be the trickiest. I think it's because the quality checks aren't as easy to do on such a dark colour. She says maybe she'll get even some 5200. That can be hit and miss, I think, as well. I have had one. Which one was it now? I can't remember. It was one I did the second half of last year. It had a full white background, but it wasn't the Home Fun one. It was the one before that, I think. But I can't remember which one it was. Oh, it might have been one of the wolf one. Not the wolf one. The fox one from Mindfulness Diamond Painting. It might have been that one. Their 5200 had quite a lot of little nubs on the end of it. And it made it very, very hard doing the blocky background. So 5200 is probably another good one. She says she's received her first Diamond Art Club square painting, and she's looking forward to working on it after Christmas. She said sorry if she didn't explain herself properly. She does have difficulty putting her thoughts down on paper. She says, love having your company while diamond painting. I think we got there. I think sometimes it's not that you've not put it down right. Sometimes I think I read things differently. I have been known to read out a comment and answer a question and then realise they're actually meaning something else. So I think I also read them a bit funny. But yeah, I completely understand why some people do go, you know, brand loyal with certain diamond paintings and certain diamond painting companies, because of, you know, the quality that they provide. And I completely get that. There is an extreme niceness to the really nice, good quality ones. They tend to be larger ones though, that's what I find. And I find as long as you have your expectations set and you know that, you know, the cheaper diamond paintings aren't going to necessarily be the same way to do, you know, the same quality as the dearer companies. As long as you have that expectation when you go to do it and you enjoy it for the process, you know, and you enjoy it at the level that it is and the level that it's been purchased at, then I think it's nice to mix them up. I like to have the smaller ones, the smaller diamond paintings from those companies, and the bigger ones, you know, that the higher quality companies tend to do. And I like the fact that they're mixed up. So I actually have, you know, some paintings that are on the go that are a big one, like this. And then I do some small ones mixed in between. And I do a bit of both. And I get the nice quality and I get the maybe not as good quality, but still amazing. You know, the pictures still turn out great. I still enjoy doing it, and it's smaller. So it, you know, you're not doing it for as long, and therefore, yeah, I still find them enjoyable to do. I think doing a mix is good, but you do you. Do what works for you. You'll need to let us know, Margaret, if mixing up the diamonds really does help matters, you know, and bring that quality level up, because that might be something that's worth doing. If one gets frustrating, it's actually changing things up. Tammy says she cusses it. Okay, so slight change of plans after that battery change. Because plans always change. See, this is like, you know, like the whole New Year goals changing when things crop up. So I started filming this WIP and Chats at around 4 p.m, roughly. Because I haven't done any YouTube filming up until today, which is still the first, just. I did the shop video this morning. We had a lot of shop different things to sort of sort out and get ready, and, you know, took the day easy. Didn't wake up early. We were up late last night, of course, because it was New Year's. So I started filming this WIP and Waffle at about 4 o'clock-ish. I'm more of a nighttime person than I am a morning person anyway. Always have been. And the plan was to get through all of the rest of the comments and questions and chit and chat to you all and finish off December. It is now currently about 11:45 at night. Now, I did have quite a big break while I had my tea, and I've had a couple of little breaks in between, and I've been waiting for batteries to charge for my camera. I do have 3, but a battery actually takes longer to charge than it takes to use. So when I've just had this mini quick break, no coffee involved because it's far too late for that, I've scrolled up and the comments, there's just so many. There's just so many. And I appreciate every single one of them. I don't want this to just be me, you know, finishing this off and reading and that's it. I enjoy the reading and the discussing and the going off on a tangent. I think that's what makes it feel more of a chat, you know, more of a get together with internet friends, and makes it more of an enjoyable process. So I have pulled a battery off charge before it is fully charged, and my plan is to keep a whipping and waffling until I have either finished the blue in this section, or I may have to stop sooner if the battery dies and doesn't allow me to finish up the blue. I don't know how much it's managed to charge while I was filming the last section and using up the last battery. So yeah, I'm going to pick this up again next weekend. I was thinking of potentially starting my spare storage sort out next Saturday, but looking at the amount of comments that there still are, I'm currently reading comments from the 20th of December, but looking at the amount that there still is, I think I might just do a really long whip and chat on Saturday and /Sunday. And get, you know, fully caught up before I go into a big long sorting my spares. Maybe that's my brain wanting to complete one task before another. I have no idea how long this whip and chat is actually going to be, apart from the fact it's going to be probably my longest yet. And yeah, so I'm going to do this blue around here, because then I can always expand the next onto my next section, and then I will just pause the whip and waffle. I'll come back to you next week, probably with some more Minions that has been done in between, depending on how much time I get in an evening to diamond paint, and we'll pick it back up and we'll carry on whipping and chatting, whipping and waffling over Saturday and Sunday. Give you guys loads of videos to sit and diamond paint with over the next few weeks. You can always spread the whip and waffles out, of course. I'll still have different videos throughout the week, probably, you know, shorter little ones, because I do need to spend quite a bit of time tomorrow or today in the time you're watching it, so on the Sunday, getting orders ready and packed for everybody. The plan is to pretty much have a shop day tomorrow, So I don't think, looking at the amount of questions, there is no point in trying to pick up doing some more of this whip and waffle tomorrow morning, because my time is better doing other stuff. And while I do spend a lot of my weekend filming and or, you know, doing shop orders when it's launch weekend, I absolutely love it. Don't get me wrong at all. It's not something I begrudge. I enjoy having a busy shop and YouTube weekend, but I do sort of pace myself and take my time because it is also my weekend. So yeah, I will keep whipping and waffling to you guys until this blue is finished, and then I will start the editing process. So I'll probably just tell my computer to import the videos and leave it to it and go to bed. But it'll take quite a bit of time to actually edit and upload a video of this size to YouTube. And that can get done while I'm packing orders tomorrow. So I think I just need to accept the fact that it's not all going to happen in one video. There's just not enough hours in the day, but I've thoroughly enjoyed getting a load of this Minons done. I've got more than one full strip done, and doing a couple of long whip and waffles next Saturday and Sunday. We'll get through the rest, a load more of the Minons, and I'll be able to chat to you guys a load more, and it can be, you know, the more relaxing whip and chat that I want it to be. And yeah, we will carry on. So Tammy has said, these are comments from the 20th at the moment. She says she cusses at herself when she misses diamonds. Yes, I'm very good at calling myself names in my head when I miss diamonds and things like that. Especially if it's just one, you know, and especially if you've already double checked for a diamond that you've missed and then you put them away and then you've still missed them. I don't as much mind if I miss one when I've tipped the diamonds, you know, into the spout of my tray, but I've not yet tipped them into the pot, because then I can tip a few back and grab it. But it doesn't always work out that way. Anna, she says she believes that Home Craftology is located in Australia, but their factory is in China. She ordered a Christmas landscape, one kit from them last year. She said that her friend wanted her to do for her. Even though the tracking said it was delivered, she never received it. And they immediately sent her another one, and it was fun to do, she said, and her friend loved it. Well, that's good. That may be one I need to put on my list when I get a shopping bug throughout 2022, which we know will happen. I'm not saying it won't happen. I'm just trying to pace myself a little bit and get through a few more before I go shopping. Nellie said, hello Rebecca. She said she thinks that we should keep the names of your trays. She said, so yeah, we are for now. We're keeping them as Add More Zest for the big tray and Zesty for the small one. And we'll see how that goes. If it starts causing a problem with packing orders, then we might have to rename them. She said, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you and your family. Thank you, Nellie. I hope you had an amazing Christmas yourself and that you're having a great New Year, because we're only just into it. I'm waiting until I start writing letters in work on Monday and put the wrong year. So we all know it's going to happen. I just wonder how many times I'm going to do it and whether any are going to slip through the net without me realising. Susan, she said, as someone who has purchased 3D diamond painting trays from multiple sellers, She said that she's found that she truly likes using yours the most. So our Add More Zest and Zesty trays. She says they're the perfect size for her hand, and she no longer uses any of her other trays. She feels bad because some of them were quite expensive. She said, but once I tried yours, there was no reason, she said, to purchase from anyone else, nor to use their trays. Once her black tray arrives, she says she will have 7. But since she fully intends to purchase the stock colours in the Zesty size, she'll have 10 in January. She said that will give her 4 of the standard size and 6 of the Zesty, and that makes her very happy. She said, thank you so much for sharing. Oh, I'm glad you're happy with them. I have used some other 3D printing trays. I did buy some in like a butterfly design and stuff. They were very well made. I just found, you know, they were a pretty tool rather than I mean, you can have pretty and useful, you know, especially with pens. You can, especially with pens, have extremely pretty and useful. But I found that some of the shaped ones that I tried, I think I tried a painter's palette one as well, thinking, you know, the way that you hold it would be nicer. And while they were okay, I found I ended up going back to the standard tray and not using them all the time. The best one I had before we designed this one was one from Wilson's 3D Designs. That was with the big dome lid. I used that for a long time. In fact, once I was sent that, I didn't use any other tray until we came up with this design. And this is all I've used exclusively since. But I am kind of biased because my hubby brought my design to life for the perfect tray to use. But it's good to know that other people really enjoy it as well. But everybody does have different desires. I know there are some people that just prefer using the small green trays, for example. It's what they know and what they like. But I'm so glad that you're happy with our trays, because we do love them, and it always makes us smile when other people love them too. Crazy Cat said she's playing a little catch up. So she's posting this on the it's the 21st where she is, and she's posting a comment on an advent from the 11th. She says she's wanting to know how we came up with the Zesty Wolf and if you had any other designs as options. We went looking for a design. Initially for the advent we were looking for a winter scene, so that we, you know, it was, I know it's not winter everywhere, but we were looking for a winter scene thinking Christmas-y, but not full on Christmas, because not everybody celebrates Christmas. So we were looking for a winter scene because quite a few people, even in hot countries that don't necessarily get winter type of vibes in December, are still happy with that association of winter around that time. So that's what we were originally looking for. I say we were looking for copyright free images, of course, you know, to make sure that it was perfectly right to use. And then, yeah, so there wasn't any sort of design shortlist that we came up with. We were just, because it's a matter of only doing, you know, we were only looking for one image, and we wanted one image that we loved / thought other people would love. We're never going to hit everybody. It's never going to be perfect for everybody. we just kept looking for one that would click. And Zesty Wolf was actually just a black and white image when we found him. We loved the design. We loved the fact that we could personalise that design with a nice, you know, funky colours, nice vibrant colours, colours that as a scrapbooker I've always loved to be together, that go very nice together and are fun. You know, we also wanted something that, of course, we didn't know how well the diamond painting was going to go, whether it was going to sell in December, whether we were, you know, whether it was going to be in the shop for another year. We had no idea. We're not diamond painting sellers. We're still trying to catch up and sell enough trays. So we wanted to, you know, bring the product, but also, you know, be aware of the risk of the amount of stock. But yeah, we fell in love with the Zesty Wolf. We then spent a lot of time getting the colours sort of, you know, close to being right. I don't want to say perfectly right, because it was actually Sam and Diamond Art Studio UK with their shading that got him perfectly right. But yeah, we spent quite a bit of time getting the balance how we liked it. And then Sam did her absolute magic and got him looking perfect. And yeah, he was just right. And I think that might be partly why, you know, we're not committing to anything for next December, is we want something that feels right. It needs to feel right. We need to be happy with it. You know, confident that if it does stay in the shop for a bit longer, then so be it. You know, it needs to be something that when we look at it, it makes us smile. Just like Zesty Wolf does. So that's why we've not committed to anything. We've not started looking into that and seeing if there is a design that speaks to us and we want to go down that route. But yeah, Zesty Wolf just spoke to us. I don't know what it is. I've become a very big fan of wolves and foxes and all sorts of different animals, giraffes and ducks and all sorts of stuff, and it's never necessarily, you know, been the way it's not like I've always had this huge love of animals and I'm just following that. I just think sometimes they're just such beautiful images to diamond paint, and that's what we wanted to bring across, a diamond painting that was enjoyable to do. You're never going to fit anybody or everybody's taste in decor or images to hang up on the wall. The question is, can we make it fun to do? Because that's what the Advent is all about. Okay, just got a few more of the blue sort of colours to do. But the cat lady says she spent her afternoon cleaning her cooker. Oh, ready for the Christmas cooking. She says that she hates the job. Yeah, I'm with you on that. She says, but it does look good once it's done. That is the thing with many jobs that you hate doing. You do them for the outcome, not for the process. Whereas diamond painting, you do it for the process and the outcome. That's why we like to do it more. She said she has plans tomorrow, so she won't be around to do the Advent. Well, life is life and needs to take charge sometimes. She said, but she will get it done probably in the morning. She says Christmas Eve, she's going to try and join us, but she's not sure how her day's going. I get that. I think I did mine the day before Christmas Eve because I had a manic Christmas Eve. She said if she misses the live show, she says she hopes everybody has a good Christmas and she hopes that we all get a better 2022. I'm all for the better 2022. Okay, I'm going to make myself stop though I'm very tempted to do that one. Though I look there and my 7 actually goes on anyway. No, I'm stopping because it's now the 2nd of January where I am. Very early hours, but it is the 2nd of January. So I'm going to get this mammoth one uploaded, but I will be back. I will probably be back with Minions, mainly due to the fact that, you know, I can chat more when I'm doing Minions. But I will still be committing to getting my 2 Heaven and Earth designs, at least one section done this month, so they will be future WIP and Chats once I'm caught up. I say caught up. I'm going to be as caught up, hopefully, as I can. But we have finished a pretty much, well, we did a strip all the way up to about here, and then that was only one section of cover paper. So we've definitely completed that over here. So we've completed pretty much just short of 5 sections of cover paper. I may get some more of this done through the week, so we will get to where we get to, and I'll come back and get some more done and get through chatting with you with the rest of your comments, which I say I absolutely love doing, and I would rather do it right and do some more next week than just try and squeeze it all in now. But stay tuned. Much more waffling, many more videos to come throughout the whole of 2022. Some short ones through the week this week, but you'll still be catching up on this WIP and Chat, and there'll be more next week as well to keep you going. But thank you all so much for joining me throughout Advent and all my WIP and Chats. If you've made it to the end, go you. I hope you took breaks as well. But thank you so much for watching, and I'll speak to you all again soon.